This episode of Off My Shelf contains coarse language and adult conversation. Listener discretion is advised. Hello, my name is Tracy James and welcome to Off My Shelf, a podcast about movies that are well off my shelf, where we go through my DVDs and talk about the movies in my collection. So far this year, my guests and I have talked Star Trek and Star Wars. This week, Josh Ratcliffe joins me in starting a new series of episodes with superheroes. Welcome!
Hey, what kind of dorks did you get on for Star Trek?
I know, right? Nerds. Ugh.
Yeah,
Bunch of
probably
weirdos.
talked for way too long.
I know about like nonsense and shields and warp drive and shit. Ugh, they're the
I
worst.
bet you guys had a long conversation about how the Universal Translator worked.
Did we?
Yeah, we did.
I feel
I think you brought it up several times.
I brought it up several times because I'm still confused at how it works, and no literature and no discussion has probably clarified it in a way that satisfies my brain. And yes, it is one thing that, like, yes, I know I love Star Trek and everything, but about Star Trek, that's the one thing that lives in my brain all the time. Like all the time. Yeah, let me bring up one example. The other day I was watching an episode and Deanna was like trying to do like a demonstration about how it's weird that alien species even communicate with each other, because how do you describe something? And she said some word in a different language, but I'm like, how does the Universal Translator know not to translate the word in that moment? Huh?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Huh? Okay. All right,
It's
that's
like it would be like when Christopher Walken was singing the potato song
Yes,
on
and it just
Saturday Night
kept,
Live.
and it just kept saying potato, potato,
Yeah,
potato.
potato. Yeah, it would be like you know how you like how aliens say the word potato. It's potato, potato.
Exactly,
Yeah, no, that's how the
exactly.
Universal Translator should have done it. You're right.
Yes, yes. So it's shit like that confuses me, and it just lives in my brain all the time when I hear these things, and I'm just like, my brain just starts rolling with it, and I'm like, no, this is hurting me, but it's okay. That's it. That's
I
all the Star Trek talk we're doing. That's
okay.
it. We have to stop. I will be on this for the next hour before we even get into superheroes. And that alone is a massive topic that is, I know, way too general, but also needs to be discussed.
No, I think we're going to talk about 100 years of film history today.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I
Um,
got my nightcap on.
mhm.
I got my nub of candle ready
Yes,
to go
yes.
into the wee hours.
It's gonna happen, I tell you, it's gonna happen. I know, like, when we're just trying to discuss how to broach this topic, you had mentioned about trying to think about all of the superhero movies that you've seen.
Mhm.
And I also did that. And I'm pretty sure I'm still missing a lot, but I'm at 147. And this does not include any TV shows, and most of any of the animated like movies that are out.
Right.
This is all like live action stuff. And also
Okay.
not just like Marvel and DC, but like I don't know, Brightburn's on here. I got to watch this the other day because it was a movie I hadn't seen, and I was like, I should watch this fucking movie, and so I did. And of course, like old things like The Phantom. Oh, I've seen
Oh,
it. Had to put it on
is
the
that
list.
is that Alec Baldwin?
Uh oh my God, Alec Baldwin. No, The
Or no,
Phantom, but The Phantom is
no,
Billy Zane.
Billy Zane, right?
Which
The
one did Al?
the skull ring, right? That's the
Yes.
Phantom.
Yes.
Okay.
I forgot about the Alec Baldwin one because I definitely saw the Alec Baldwin one as well.
In like
And what's
1993 or something.
yeah, what
Yeah.
was that one
The
called?
Shadow?
The Shadow.
Shadow, which is
Yes.
like an old radio serial, I think.
Yes. Oh my God, I forgot about the Green Hornet.
Right?
Christ. Okay. Yeah, this is just getting longer.
Yeah,
So,
I didn't make a list. But I was thinking like I think before 2020,
yeah.
when, just a lot of things changed, I think I had seen most of them,
Huh.
which I think is
Okay.
which is an insane statement that I usually would not make.
Okay.
But uh, I think I've at least could speak on most. I could be surprised. This
Mm.
may be a surprising conversation because I don't think I can name 147 of them.
Okay.
But
I will
uh,
admit, 35 of them alone are the MCU. So,
okay, so I mean, I can at least do that.
yes.
Um, and yeah, I've seen most of them. I mean, I
Okay.
brought my right before we started recording. I showed Tracy my stack of my off my shelf. I tried to do a pull of everything I thought was a superhero movie.
Okay.
So there's a good stack here. One
Mhm.
is not a superhero movie, but it is a comic book movie.
See, okay.
But yeah,
Okay. So, this is a thing that I needed to try and figure out because as I was trying to make this list, I was like, where is the line between just a comic book movie and a superhero movie? Because those are technically they're the same but not the same. It's like, all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. It's the same kind of concept.
hmm
So it's like, yes, there are like superhero movies that are not comic book based, sure. But there are definitely comic book movies that are not superheroes. But where do you draw the line?
right. So I mean, the movie in question
Hmm.
is Sin City,
Okay.
which I think is interesting to bring up, and I wanted to bring it up because it came out after X-Men. X-Men, I think, is a very big turning point in the history of the films that we're talking about today.
Yeah, because that's where they started making money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Hmm.
They're like, oh, right, we can commoditize this.
Hmm.
Um, and I feel like after that happened, things sort of like broke out a little bit. Like the early 2000s were kind of a really weird time for comic book adaptations, as in like everybody was trying to do it.
Yeah.
Um, and it then settled into the homogenous two horse race as of like 2010 or so.
Yes. Hmm.
So that's kind of a weird formative time. I mean, that's my time. That's when I was
Hmm.
like a teenager. In my early 20s was
Well,
2000s.
so I assume since you watched Sin City, you also watched like 300 and you also watched The Spirit.
I think I've seen The Spirit.
I paid
I
money and saw that in the theater, and I'm still
I
mad
did
about
not
it
pay
till
money to see
today.
it.
Yeah.
Um, that and I 300 I think I watched on TV at one point. Yeah.
Okay.
Which my response was that movie is very homoerotic.
It is incredibly homoerotic. Yes. A lot
I
of
could
like greased up chests glistening in the sunlight. I get
I
it.
could I could write a thesis paper on the sexuality of Zack Snyder movies. It is the craziest, like most latent oeuvre of films I've ever seen.
Yes. Yes. But he would say it's about being manly and capturing comic book styles. And I'm like, is that all that you're doing? I don't think so.
Well, you saw the Superman one, right? What was that one called? Superman Returns?
No, Man of Steel.
Man of Steel?
Superman
Superman.
Returns was the one with Brandon Roth. It's the one
Right.
that came
Sorry.
before. Yeah.
Yeah. No. And I think we'll probably talk about him a bit,
Yes.
or that fellow that made that, and the people in it, which we talk about a lot.
Yep.
So the Zack Snyder Super Man of Steel. Do you remember at the beginning of that movie when uh, General Zod is arrested and sent to the Phantom Zone, and then he's put into like a ship that's
Mhm.
like the shape of his body that has little feet at the bottom, and it shot up into the sky, and it's just a dildo ship that's shot up into the sky.
Okay, when you put it that way, yes. I remember, look, I remember like when they showed Krypton, I was distracted by how this is gonna sound weird. how buggy everything was. They all seemed like insects and bugs in some way.
Hmm.
All of their ships and stuff had like little extra wings and all this kind of thing. I'm like, why does it look like a wasp colony or something? That's what I was distracted by. I
Yeah.
did not until you mention it now and I'm picturing it in my head. I'm like, you're right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
He was sent into the Phantom Zone on a personal massager.
Yeah. It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
They got it from Sharper Image. You know,
Hmm.
it's fine.
His neck felt great.
It did. That's why he was so relaxed when he got to Earth. He's like, yes, here I am. Done.
He could
Yeah.
barely walk on Krypton. He was just like, "Oh man, it's like I slept bad every night."
Yeah. I'm so
And then,
stressed out all the time. Like, oh, the crink in my neck. Oh,
thank
you
God they
know.
gave me this dildo ship that I could finally feel better.
Oh, yes. Oh, Zack Snyder. I have so many things about his movies. But anyways, um, but the thing, like my whole problem with the definition of superheroes is that like the definition of superheroes and superhero films are relatively generic, but everybody knows it when they see it, right? But I find there's also like a grouping of movies that are a comic book based, some aren't. One of these movies I'm going to say are toy based, but I'm like, are they superhero movies? Like, because comic book movies are like, because you have movies like Red or The Kitchen or Ghost World. Those are comic book movies, technically, because they're based on comic books that they made into films, right?
Hmm.
That is definition of a comic book movie. But they're clearly not superheroes. But then you have something like Dredd. Is he a superhero? He's just a cop in the future,
Hmm.
but he kind of skirts that line of superhero-ness, you know?
Well, there definitely aren't any other fascist superheroes, right? Like that's
Uh, no.
no, they all are. I know it's
I mean,
like
like they're all
we've
about the
all read
law.
Watchmen. They're all
Yes,
fascists.
they are. Oh God. But what do you think about like I've got like I have a list of does these count? And I've got
Okay.
Judge Dredd on there. I've
Hmm.
got The Crow. I
Yeah.
have Transformers. I've got Masters of the Universe, so He-Man and She-Ra. Oh, so you count The Crow.
I count the
Okay.
Crow.
You count The Crow. Okay. Um, I have RoboCop. I
Hmm.
also have Constantine.
Constantine, I would say yes.
Constantine, you'd say yes. Okay. So there's a movie called Upgrade where this guy's a paraplegic and he gets this like special thing where he's literally upgraded into like find these people who killed his wife, sort
Okay.
of. And I'm like, is it just sci-fi or is this superhero? Like I don't.
I think that one's. I mean, I don't recall that movie at all.
Okay.
But I would say that that one is more of a sci-fi. It sounds like Limitless. He got Limitless or
No,
Lucy.
it's
I guess Lucy is sort of that too. That's a comic book, isn't it? Wasn't it based on a comic book, Lucy?
I think so actually.
Yeah.
This one is yeah, it's nanoprobes are injected into his body
Hmm.
and with a experimental computer chip implant that helps him control his, he's a paraplegic. So it controls his like limbs and stuff and helps him do stuff.
Okay.
Hmm.
RoboCop's an interesting one.
Yes.
Hmm.
I don't think RoboCop is based on a comic book.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
But also,
Um,
like, he's also not really a hero.
I mean, he
But
does save the city from corruption.
yeah, yeah. Here's the thing. I think there's also a slippery slope in terms of what people think is cool. You know what I mean? Like I feel like there's a lot of misinterpretation of comic books where
Hmm.
like anti-heroes, which I would argue that RoboCop is an anti-hero,
Okay. Yeah.
is just regarded as like being super cool. And like
Yeah.
little kids like him. And like there was a cartoon. Like
Hmm.
that movie's like super violent.
It isn't. I rewatched this, like, watched it like a year ago or whatever, and I was like, I watched this as a 10-year-old. I don't think that was a good thing.
Yeah, no, that movie's
Like,
nauseatingly violent. Somebody melts in that movie. Like
mhm.
it's like it's
Yeah.
not like so like yeah, the 1980s is an interesting time for that kind of stuff where it's just like anti-heroes became heroes just because everyone is like doesn't understand the difference.
But yes. They became people to look up to. But that's not a new thing or an old thing. It's been happening for a very long time.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I mean it's like the Joker.
Yeah,
Like people
love
love
the
the
Joker.
Joker.
You're just like I think he's a really good villain, but people look up to him and I'm like, no, no, no. We can't be friends. No, that's
I
not a
remember
thing.
even when I was a teenager, like before the Joker movie, I remember people being like really into the Joker. And I'm like, but like as a subject, right? Not as like what you like, right?
Yeah.
And
But
it's
it
like
was it's
I don't know.
yeah, but it was the same thing. I feel like that's in the same category of like Fight Club. And people were like, "Oh my God, we should all be like Tyler Durden." And I was like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 no, no, that's not what we take from this movie.
Yeah,
Not at all."
yeah. No,
Yeah.
that is the opposite of that.
Yes.
That so
Yes.
like I think I mean that I mean you could argue that one. That one's based on a book, but not a comic book.
Yes.
But like, you know,
Yeah. They did make
uh
a comic book after, so
oh yeah, that's true. It was a
mhm.
sequel, right?
Yeah, it was a sequel, yeah.
That's wild.
Following the life of the narrator,
Okay.
after he's on drugs and got rid of Tyler in his head essentially and became
Okay.
normal, quote unquote.
Because I'm
Yes.
like the book ends with Jack in a mental institution.
Correct. And he's sitting, this is not in the movie, but he explains it as he thinks he has died because God is speaking to him, but it's just a doctor in front of an oak, sitting behind a giant oak desk. And
Yeah.
you're like, oh, he's lost it. Got it.
hmm
Fine. Great
Wait,
book, by
was
the
he
way.
crazy the whole time? I need to
Yeah.
reread this book.
Yes. What's next on my list is G.I. Joe.
Okay. I mean that movie is kind of a superhero movie, but I wouldn't say the character of G.I. Joe is a superhero.
But that's the thing, that it's not a single character, right?
Right.
Because it's the cartoon is the thing that came first because it's based on toys. They were selling toys. And just like He-Man, aka Masters of the Universe, and each one of them has their own quote unquote power. Like one guy, he's like, I'm Snow Job. I ski down hills. And you're like, what? Okay.
I don't think that counts as a superpower.
But they do save the day against Cobra and Deathstrike, right?
Yeah.
And,
I
you
mean, there's a
know,
lot of rich people, rich white people superheroes then, if skiing counts.
well, yeah, look at Batman. Hello.
Can he ski?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he skied in some stuff. I think it's happened.
I've seen him get skates out.
Yes. We all saw, which one was that? Was that
I think
the
that's Batman and Robin.
Batman and Robin? Yes.
I
Okay.
think
Yeah,
that's the
so it's fine.
same. I think it's the same scene as Never Leave the Bat Cave Without It. The
Oh, the
Bat
credit
Master,
card?
yeah, the
Yeah.
Bat Mastercard or
No, it's
American
a
Express.
Black American Express,
Was
isn't
it
it?
American Express?
I think
That's
so.
really awful.
Yeah. You're just like, no, don't do this.
I think it's the same scene as the Bat Skates.
Go. Okay, okay.
We
Okay,
can
and
do
then
like an hour on Batman, right?
alone, yes. I mean, I know I've already done episodes on Batman, but it has been a long time, and more stuff has come out. Has more stuff come out? Well, animated movies have come out.
Right.
Um, and most recently, I watched Batman versus the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So there's
Uh-huh.
that.
That's
Um,
canon, right?
that totally canon. Yes, totally canon. Uh, but no, some of those animated movies though are just like, what is this? Because there's like Ninja Batman versus the Yakuza is a more recent one, and I'm just like,
hmm
what is this? Oh my God.
Yeah, no, they've really gone crazy with the animated ones. I did like they for a while they were like adapting like really good comic books into those, but making the movies really bad.
Yeah, like All-Star Superman. I love the comic book. I
Yeah.
love the graphic novel and everything. Um, and like you're looking at the show and you're looking at the book and you're like, this technically is the same, but why is this horrible? I could not understand it in any way.
I was in a theater and saw The Killing Joke.
Okay. I haven't
Uh,
watched that one.
it is infuriating.
Oh no.
What a horrible movie that is. And the book, a little problematic to even begin with, and they
It
made it
is.
worse than that.
I how you know what? I don't explain to me how. Don't want to know. We're
They
just gonna
added a
leave
part
it.
at the beginning that is just like, what the fuck are you doing?
Jesus.
I remember I was in the theater with my friend, and like Batgirl is a central character in that movie.
Yeah.
More so than in the graphic novel, I think.
Mhm.
Although she is a big turning point in it. But so anyway, Batman's explaining something to her very condescendingly at
Oh
one
God.
point, and I said to my friend, "He's Batman-splaining to her." And he started laughing so hard in a serious scene in this movie that was terrible. But yeah, I made him laugh one of the hardest. Like one of those ones that like you're trying to hold it down, you know?
But you can't.
Like, but you can't. That was I was very proud of. It's not even that good a joke, but I think it just hit him in a just very specific time and place. That he really had to like force it back, which big compliment to me.
You gave yourself a little high five in
I
the
did.
dark, didn't you?
Hmm.
Yes. I could see it. I could see it.
Yeah.
The last one on my list. Oh no. Did I say the mask yet? Did I say the
Oh, the
mask?
mask is a yeah, no, the mask is 100%, I would say. That counts.
Superhero?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Well, because that one is like straight up a comic book that they adapted into a movie.
Yeah, but is he a superhero? That's the real question.
I mean, he has superpowers and he doesn't really do super heroic things, but you know, he is that, right? He's another anti-hero one.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
And my last one is from the Netflix movie, The Old Guard.
Oh, that one I don't know.
Oh, you haven't watched it?
No.
So essentially it's these people, I don't know, they are kind of immortal and they stop bad people all over the world,
Okay.
essentially.
I mean, that sounds like the Eternals. So sure.
Yeah, but it's not, but they get like replaced somehow. Like every once in a while, one of them, it's their time, so then they just die, and then all of a sudden there's a new one somehow. And I was like, what? But it's a pretty entertaining movie.
Okay.
And I'm like, it skirts that line with, is this just science fiction, like action sci-fi, or is this like superhero? I just
Hmm.
wasn't sure. Yeah. I also have a list of movies that people will probably be surprised are not part of the 149 now movies that I have seen. It includes Ang Lee's Hulk,
Uh-huh.
either of the Ghost Rider movies.
Oh, wait, did I see the second one? I might not have seen the second one. Oh, wait, was the second one the Crank guys?
I don't know.
I might have seen that.
I flat out, I'm like, no, I'm not looking at this. It was, I mean,
Did you?
I did get talked into watching the Green Lantern movie, the Ryan Reynolds
Ooh,
one. And
that's a
even I
bad
was
one.
just like, holy shit, that was difficult. But I also sat through Morbius and Venom 1 and 3. Not 2. Couldn't make it through 2.
Okay,
1 and 3. Yeah.
I would. Okay, Venom 1. I haven't seen the other two. Venom 1, though, I perversely enjoy.
Why?
Because, okay, the movie is not good. I
Again,
know that.
he's an anti-hero. He is a
Yeah,
villain that they're just
100%.
like, no, no, we're making him like a pseudo hero. I'm like, don't do that. But that's what they did. I was like, all right.
Okay, but Tom Hardy in that movie is doing a different movie than everybody else doing that movie, which is infinitely entertaining to me because he's very good and he's just like, I'm gonna be super weird now.
My God, he's super weird in all of them. Like
I know.
I don't
Okay.
know what the accent is supposed to be. I don't know what direction he would have been given for a scene, any scene.
Uh-huh.
Like what is happening is all I want to know. Just what is
He
happening.
It really seemed to me that he came to set every day with, I know what I'm gonna do today.
Don't say funny things when people are drinking liquids. Oh my God.
He
Yes.
shows up going, I'm gonna get in that fish tank today. I don't care if it's in the script or not.
They're like, you can't make me shame out. They're like, get
Yeah,
out of the tank. He's
yeah.
like, no, this is where I am today.
My
This is what
character's
I'm doing.
hot.
Yes.
He's just like
Um,
a sweaty dude for like the whole movie.
yeah. All three movies. It
He's just like
makes
a
no
sweaty guy.
sense.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
so that's great.
Like he just like throughout the movies, he looks like a person who smells really bad and not in like a good way, and it upsets me the
Yeah,
whole
Tom
time.
Hardy rules. He puts in such a crazy performance for a movie that does not deserve it. Like he
No.
is trying 1,000% to make anything of this.
And you're just he's like, I'm gonna do my best. And you're like,
Yeah,
okay.
I'm gonna do the most acting
Yeah.
now.
And everybody's like, why? They're like, this is what I do. I take my
Yeah,
craft seriously. Like,
you can
okay.
actually see my mouth in this movie, so I have to try.
You can hear my words.
Yeah.
Fine. Um, I've never seen any of the Michael Bay Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies. Flat out refuse
Oh,
to watch
right.
them.
Those count as superhero movies. You're right. No, I haven't seen this.
Yeah, flat out refuse to watch those. I've watched everything else, just not those. I didn't see either of the Joker movies. Not gonna do it.
Oh, I saw that first one.
No,
Holy
I
shit,
can't.
it's bad.
I can't. I can't. I haven't seen Elektra, the Jennifer Gardner one,
Oh, did I
and
see that one? I
I
saw the
did.
Daredevil one.
I saw Daredevil. I did not see Elektra.
I don't think I saw it either. So, never mind. I'm going to erase that thing I said before about I think I've seen all of them. I
I
have
feel
been,
I
I
feel
have
like it's
been,
like every other movie. You're like, no, I haven't seen that one. I'm like, but you
yeah,
saw
no,
all of them.
nope. I've seen like all the like big ones. I'll
Oh,
say
okay.
that. I've seen
Yeah.
all the big ones.
Yeah, because
I've
my
seen
last one is,
Orgasmo. Does that count?
oh my God, that's not on my list. Oh, I have another one. Okay. That totally counts. Done. Added to list.
You're welcome.
Um,
And for everyone listening, I reminded you of Orgasmo. You are welcome.
that is 150, by the way.
Yeah.
150. I've also never seen Sky High.
Oh, I love Sky High.
I have no reason for not seeing that movie. I have none
Oh,
whatsoever.
I
I
forgot
just
about
haven't
that one
seen it.
completely. Dave Foley and Kevin McDonald are in that movie
Okay.
together. Oh, it's so funny.
I literally, because I was like, because I got to a certain point and I was like, no, 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 I have seen more movies than this. And I started just Googling superhero movies and just going through lists. I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen this one and I've seen that one and because I've seen a lot of like random ones as well, like Hancock or The Darkest Mind, Code 8, Jumper, I Am Number 4. Like there's a whole bunch of them in there. But I still feel like I'm missing stuff on my list. But it's okay.
So I'm gonna I'll give the listeners a little peek back behind the curtain. We have emailed back and forth a little bit about this,
Mhm.
and I want to say twice in that email chain you mentioned the movie Meteor Man.
Yes.
So that is a movie that no one has talked about in 30 years.
No. And it's true. Like I mentioned it is because I was like, think of movies that are not part of the mainstream, Tracy. It's not part of the MCU, not DC. Just like out of the order, and Meteor Man just popped into my head. And I'm like, I haven't seen that movie since I was like 12, but I'm gonna write it in this email. I'm like, I don't know.
I
I don't
don't
know.
remember anything about that movie. I think I remember that he has X-ray vision and looked at ladies' lingerie. I think I remember that happening in that movie.
Okay.
And I think I remember him like getting like meteor bits at him, but that's like all I remember. And he has
You
a
were
mustache, right?
he does.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. There
Uh
aren't that many superheroes with mustaches.
no. It's actually called The Meteor Man, which really? Okay. And it's Robert Townsend. Oh, he wrote and directed it as well? Okay.
That is crazy. To
Okay.
write, direct, and star in a superhero movie is the craziest thing I
Yeah.
think I could imagine.
According to this trailer, he's got laser eyes, can fly, is also bulletproof,
Uh-huh.
and it has super speed. So yeah, he does some stuff.
Sounds unique and definitely not like another superhero I can think of.
No, no, he's
Sounds like a
very,
real super dude.
yes, definitely. Super James Earl Jones is in this movie, and so is Don Cheadle,
Don Cheadle's in it? That's crazy.
apparently, and so is Bill Cosby. But, it was back in the day. It's
Yeah,
fine.
well, we could talk about some other folks back in the day pretty
Luther
soon.
Vandross was in this movie.
That's
What?
crazy.
And Sinbad. Okay, they just got all the black people in Hollywood for this one. It's fine.
Oh man, I miss Sinbad.
I know he was
I've
so
never heard
funny.
anything bad about him either.
No. The thing is, he was a horrible actor and he just did so many movies. But his stand-up specials, I remember just dying. And it was one of those things that I watched with like my parents. Therefore, it was like safe enough to watch with your parents, which seems crazy for 80s stand-up to me. But
Yeah. I guess he had big pants on, right? Like that was his he
that
had
was his
like big
thing.
genie pants.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the parachute pants era.
Yeah.
So that's
Um,
what you had to wear.
but like yeah, no, that yeah, you'd watch Sinbad and then Eddie Murphy Raw right afterwards and be like, "What's this?"
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
What are all
Very
these
different.
slangs he's used? I've never heard any of these words before.
Yeah, and why is he so sweaty? Is it because all the leather? I think it's because of all the leather. Yeah. Um, so you said you were going to take us through a history of film?
Oh God.
I'm here
That
for
was a
this.
joke.
No, I oh I
But
am I
I mean
mean,
like the earliest like superhero stuff would be like the serials before movies, right? That would have been like silent there's like silent era Batman stuff.
yes, and
And
silent
like
era Superman stuff as
yeah,
well.
you can yeah, so like the George Reeves
Hmm.
Superman from the 50s, as well as the Fleischer cartoons
Hmm.
that was running before movies.
Okay,
So
what do I
like
have? I have something called Superman Saves the Day. So to the listeners, like we're starting in general about superheroes because it is such a huge genre, and the next couple of episodes are going to be about specific superheroes, specifically Superman, Spider-Man, and then I threw the X-Men in there because I'm like, I'm not waiting till the end of the alphabet to get there. We're gonna put this in here as well. Um, but I'm like, there's so much more superhero stuff out there. I'm like, no, no, no. We need to talk about the other stuff. And so the Superman Saves the Day stuff is the 1950s serials, I think is what I have. But we'll be getting in depth about those in 2 episodes, I think. 2 episodes. Yes.
yeah, you wanted to have me on for the broad topic one so we can keep things concise.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Concise and quick,
to the
like
point,
to the
in and
point.
out.
What are we talking about here?
Anyway, so back in the 40s.
Yes. Well, I mean, this goes back to like in the early days, they were not early days. I should say, what was I watching? I was watching there's a documentary about DC comics and the DC era stuff. And one of them were mentioning um something about, you know, like especially after the World Wars, how in Asia and stuff, that time period you had a lot of monster movies coming out, like, Godzilla and that's the only one I can think of right now. But like all of the monsters to do with Godzilla and like King Kong and all that kind of stuff. And they were all, brought to life from like nuclear attacks or attacks from somewhere. Whereas in North America, after the war, nuclear or attacks from somewhere gave us superheroes. So, like, you got bitten by a radioactive spider. You became Spider-Man and saved the day. You didn't destroy the city, you saved the day. Or you got like something dropped from the sky. It was a meteor. You got Superman. You didn't get thing cracking open, trying to destroy everything. And this is something that's been going on for a very long time. If you look at the media between North America and Asia when it comes to origin stories, let's call it. Um, and I do find it interesting that like that sort of propaganda um, content is still so prevalent in North America. I think it's funny That's it. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you saw the new Captain America movie
I
that
did.
just came out.
I did.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
I am pre 2020 in my my superheroing
Okay.
stuff. But yeah, I mean, it was a propaganda tool during World War II as well. I mean, the golden age of comics and Captain America, like, is first seen punching Hitler in the face.
Yeah.
Which, I wish he would do more of now. But yeah, I mean, and then afterwards, there's like I took a class on comic books
Oh.
actually when I
Mm-hmm.
was in school. So Silver Age stuff is sort of where Marvel comes in and like all the kind of like not quite postmodernist superhero stuff, but like it gets a little bit like teenagers. Teenagers being the big thing is like the 50s, and then and into the 60s and stuff like that. So that's sort of where that comes from. And there's definitely a shift in tone to a more family friendly aspect of it a little bit later on. After the war, there was a lot of GIs that came back reading horror comic books, like weird, strange, like things like that. Stuff that had like gore and like horror stuff in them.
And that's
Um,
where like the prevalence of like Pulp Fiction kind of comes in, right? Like that
yeah.
those kind of like
So
pulp sci-fi stories and things.
yeah, it'd be that kind of stuff like Penny Dreadfuls, things like that. And like, I mean, these people came back with a lot of trauma from the war. So like the stuff that they were interested in after the fact was a little more gritty and maybe a little darker than what kids would read. But then there was a huge backlash as things happen. And then we had to make sure that nothing was going on between Batman and Robin. That was had to be very clear that they both had girlfriends up in Canada
Yep.
and they were models and super hot.
Yep.
Um, and yeah, they was like a bat family for a while, I think. I think there was like it was like a whole thing to show that they weren't, but it was the Comics Authority, and so you couldn't show any of that stuff. And then that was sort of the case until the 80s when they stopped caring.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Even though a lot of comic books still have the Comics Authority stamp on them, then you read it and you're just like, are you sure? All right.
Yeah. What authority approved this? That man ate that guy's face.
Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, but from that era, we did get 1960s Batman, which I think is incredible. Which I
Incredible.
forgot to pull. I have that. I forgot it on the shelf. It's so far away now. But that's another one that I really could go on about because I truly don't understand it. It is
It is such a like I think the thing is like people who are getting into like Batman now, if you show them that, they'll be like, "You're crazy. This is not Batman. This is some other character, and they took the Batman name." And you're like, "No, no, no, no. Read old Batman comics. They
Mhm.
were wacky and silly and fun, and then they made this campy show." And then somewhere in like the early to mid 90s, somebody's like, no, 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 Batman is serious. And they
Yeah.
made him serious.
He lives in this 1940s town with all with the Joker, looking like wearing a zoot suit.
So, exactly. I mean that some of that did come over in the Tim Burton movie.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like even Tim Burton was like, no, 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 we're gonna have some humor in it. Like, but it's not gonna be like ha ha humor. It's gonna be like ho ho humor, just like, did you see what happened there kind of thing.
I think
And it works.
those Tim Burton ones are super wacky. Like I don't think those should get a pass in terms of like, oh, look how far we've come since the shark repellent spray.
I am
Like
not I agree with you,
yeah.
but also just the tone and even the color palette of the movies are so much more muted, except for very specific colors, that I find it definitely there's definitely a switch in tone. You have to admit there's a switch in tone.
Oh, 100%. It's like if the 1960s Batman got really into The Cure. Like that's basically
Yes, okay.
And it was like life is pain.
Every time he goes home, he sits in the basement, he has the mascara running down his face. It's fine. It's fine.
That actually did happen in the new Batman movie.
I saw it and I actually laughed at it. I was like, they're doing it. They're doing it. It's what, it's fine. It's fine. Don't get me wrong. I don't want hate mail. I liked the movie. Do not send me hate mail.
I didn't.
I
Send me
think
the hate mail. Good luck finding me. Secret identity right here.
I like the movie. Was it a little bloated? Yes. There's tons of scenes they could have cut out. But overall, I was like, okay, this is a coherent film.
He
And
didn't do anything.
what are we talking about? He's saved the drowning. No, he didn't save them. He just sort of helped them out of the water. Okay, fine.
He does what they do on Baywatch every week.
It's called Rescue High Surf now. Thank you very much.
Batman edition.
He gets in the water and gets drowned by his own cape. It'll be fine.
Yeah, his achievement in that new Batman movie is that he doesn't make it worse.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a big deal.
Yeah. He
Because
doesn't make it
at
worse. Good
first he
job.
was making it worse. That's
Yeah.
the whole point. He's like, "Oh shit, am I doing this wrong? I think I am. Let's try to make it better." And it sort of
Billionaires,
does
am I
it,
right?
right? Oh my God. Um, so yeah, you were saying about like the 70s, the switch
Yeah,
in.
well, I mean, I think the first like big superhero movie and what we think of as superhero movies now would be Superman. Like Christopher Reeve Superman is like the first blockbuster like superhero movie.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, there's other kind of ones around there. Like, I think, do you know about the like Roger Corman ones?
Superman movies?
No, so
Or are you talking about
Like
the
the Fantastic
Fantastic
Four.
Four?
Yeah,
Yeah, they did Fantastic Four and you did a Captain America movie.
yeah,
That one? Yeah, I've
yeah,
seen
yeah.
those,
So
yeah.
like those are nuts. I mean,
Hmm.
those he made those just to keep the license. So like, I guess that counts as making a superhero movie.
It
But like,
I
I
mean,
think Superman is the first one we
I
really think of.
included it on my list. So,
Oh no, no, it counts as a movie.
okay.
Do you
So
know
yeah.
what year those were? I don't remember what year they
It
were.
was the late 80s actually. It was much
Oh, it's the
later than
late
I
80s.
Yeah, it was much later than I thought it was.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I was gonna loop those in together with the Superman one, but I'm way off. But I mean, yeah, it's the You Can Believe a Man Can Fly. That's like the first time that superheroes were sort of considered to be an actual like filmable thing.
Let's see, is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. It's actually, sorry, the Fantastic Four was 1994.
Oh my God, it's
Yes.
after Meteor Man.
It's after Meteor Man. Yes.
I mean, that's our line in the sand, right? It's pre Meteor Man and then post Meteor Man.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Okay,
Wait a
yeah.
minute. Yeah, and the Captain America was 1990. But
Wow.
is this a TV show or is this the No, there was also a TV movie in 1979. This one I did not see.
Oh, okay. I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
Oh, like there's Wonder Woman in the 70s too, right? Like the Wonder Woman show.
The Wonder Woman show, yes. There was also a very short-lived well, there was the Hulk, of course.
Hmm.
And then there was a very short-lived Spider-Man TV show where his webs were essentially like they weren't even like nets. They were like
Uh-huh.
ropes they tied together and threw at people. Like it was so
Oh,
weird.
I know the Japanese Spider-Man show. I don't know
Yeah.
of a North American one.
Hold on. Let me
I
see.
also know Italian Spider-Man, but that's a joke.
No, that's a that no, yes. That is something else. Hold on. Let's see if I can find it. I forgot about that TV show as well. Dang. Well, that's the animated show. Or yeah, the animated Amazing Spider-Man show was fantastic.
Oh yeah, there's a 1960s
No,
Spider-Man
sorry,
show
hold
too. Yeah.
on. There's the 19 no, it's 1967 to 1970. Which one's the Amazing Spider-Man? The Amazing Spider-Man is the live action one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so this was 1977 to 1979.
Wow.
So wait, that's when I thought said short-lived, I honestly thought it was like they showed 5 episodes. I was
And
wrong.
that's not the Japanese one, or that is the
Nope,
Japanese one?
that is not the Japanese one.
Wow. That Japanese one's cool, by the way. Have you seen like bits of that?
No, I haven't.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, this
Um,
is very American.
yeah. No, it was, I mean, I think there was a period where they would sell the idea for things to Japan.
Yeah.
So like Marvel had like deals where like you could there was an X-Men manga.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
but it
yeah,
was
yeah.
just like, but it was like original stories. Like, they didn't sell them the stories; they just sold them the concept, and then they
Hmm.
would make their own like culturally appropriate version of that. Like, there's a Batman one that I have. There's an X-Men one, but yeah, no, they sold the idea of Spider-Man, and then they just made their own show. Like, it's sort of like Power Rangers.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is something I never understood. I was like, why do you people like this? This is fucking crazy. But that's just me. It's just me. It's fine.
I mean, there's a mil. I mean, like it's those are. I mean, they fight kaiju's. Like you just they're fighting like Godzillas. It's fun.
I mean, I on paper, if I knew nothing about it and I read a description about Power Rangers, I'd be like, you know what? This is a show for me. And then I would watch an episode and I'd be like, I hate all of this. This is all I'm saying.
I mean, that's another one I didn't consider to be superheroes, but they are definitely superheroes.
They are technically superheroes now that I
Yeah,
think about it. Yeah. Huh.
like it's we're broadening this conversation more as we talk somehow.
Can I say something real nerdy? Is this who I think it
Are we
is?
allowed to say that nerdy things on the show?
Um, so on from 2 episodes of the Amazing Spider-Man, the live action North American Spider-Man show had Rosalind Chow in it. Do you know who Rosalind Chow is?
I do not.
Keiko O'Brien.
Oh,
Sorry. That's my nerdy thing to say. There you
yeah,
go.
no, fair enough. I mean, around that in the early '90s, there was also a Flash show. Do you remember that one?
I remember that
With
one.
John Wesley Shipp.
Yeah, and he showed up in the last version of The Flash because they had like a
Hmm.
multiverse thing going on in there.
Yeah, he also
Yeah.
played his dad.
In the show?
I think he played his dad in the show as well as the alternate universe Flash.
What? I did
Yeah,
not know that part of it. I didn't really watch the show. I did try getting into DC what is it called? Is it
Legion.
no, it's DC League of Superheroes or
Oh,
something?
yeah, yeah. Ooh, I don't remember that show. I remember there was Arrow. Arrow was the first one in that, and then there's the Flash, and they did like a few other ones that were not as good. Oh, wait, is it something of Tomorrow?
Oh, yes, yes. DC Legends of Tomorrow.
There you go. Yeah, that was a spin-off of the
The
Flash, I think.
Flash.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think they were I think or backdoor piloted on the Flash.
Yeah. It did not it lasted longer than I thought it would. I
I think
watched
it
like
got
five
real wacky,
episodes. Yeah, yeah. Well, because
but I think in like a fun way, not
they
in a
were
dumb
doing
way.
like time travel and they were doing like kind of like weird things in there. Like Brendan Roth was in it for some reason, but he was not playing a version of Superman. He was playing like a different hero, and I was like, you're annoying me. I don't want to watch this anymore. I'm like, you're
They
Superman.
that that the DC TV universe was pretty good. Like, they did some fun stuff. Like, I think they've gotten closest to what comic books are like.
Yeah, but they jumped the shark every like as soon as they hit the like the third season.
Yeah, no, yeah, no, quality wise, not always the best.
Yeah. Because like I really liked Gotham, for
Right.
example. I really enjoyed Gotham. It was kind of weird and wacky, but it was dark and they were bringing in characters. I'm like, oh, a real story. And then third season hit and you're just like, the shit happened. Why is this all like slipping on banana peels? Like what is happening here? Like it doesn't make any sense. I
The idea of just the Pegwood on that show slipping on a banana peel just makes me laugh.
don't
Uh,
know.
just like a deadly like or like the Colin Farrell penguin just like whoa falling
Exactly.
down is very funny.
Yeah.
but they used to do like crossovers once a year, which I thought was a really fun idea.
I liked that
Um,
idea.
which they
Um,
don't do on TV shows anymore. They used to do that.
yeah, which was
We
like
used to make things in this country.
which was fun. Like sometimes it was annoying, but it used to be a lot of fun, you know?
Yeah,
Like I even liked when Marvel Agents of Shield would do like the first episode of like halfway through a season would happen after one of the Marvel movies came out, and then it'd make a connection between that world and the movie by like dropping some information in it or something. And I was like, oh my God, they're connecting the worlds. This is crazy. And
yeah.
that was always fun.
No, I think they used to do that on like the Netflix Marvel stuff too, right? Like every once in a
Yeah.
while they'd mention like the event or whatever, like
Yeah,
the
but they also did like well, all of them came together to create a team at the end. So then all of them met each other in each other's shows, and then they got together in their team up show, you know?
right. Yeah, yeah. That yeah, everyone how much everyone loved Iron Fist so much. It was
I
everyone's
know.
favorite show.
It was the best.
Yeah.
Oh my
I
God.
think what the most infuriating show the part of that show is that he is such a pill, but like the like romantic lead on that show was so cool that she should have just been Iron Fist and that would have been rad.
I'm gonna nod and smile. I did not watch it. I could not
Yeah.
watch. I think I got it like 20 minutes in the first episode, and I was like, no. I was like, no.
Well, the
Um, yeah.
I- here I'll let's just get out of the way. I'm gonna say a lot of nerdy shit for this whole episode.
Oh no, you can't
Yeah,
do
I
that.
know,
That's
right? On the
impossible.
superhero podcast that I'm on, um, so Iron Fist as a character isn't the person, right?
Okay.
So I mean, it's always Danny Rand because that's who the comic book is about. But like the title of Iron Fist is earned, so like you just like achieve it. So like theoretically, they could kill off that drip of an asshole guy on the show and just give it to the girl, and it'd be rad.
And it would be fine. Okay.
Yeah, she just has to have like a big like tattoo burned onto her chest of like a big dragon, and then she like kicks ass.
Okay.
That's pretty much what Iron Fist is.
Oh. Okay. So he doesn't even have I just assumed it was like a superpower or like a thing he had,
Yeah,
like the 10 rings or something. Like he had one of the rings and that gave him the power or something.
kind of. Yeah, I mean, you get the power of the Iron Fist like when you kill a dragon or something.
Okay.
And so you earn that. But then you have like then you can punch really good. Like it's just like you're really good at martial arts afterwards. Like
Okay.
it's like Iron Fist has come up with like in a post Bruce Lee world where it's
Mm.
just like, oh, we're gonna do like and we'll have him be friends with Power Man and we'll do like blaxploitation and kung fu together as a comic book, which is
Yeah,
pretty cool.
which is pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's my. They did Iron Fist dirty. Iron Fist could be really fun.
Hmm. But you can say that about quite a few of the DC, well, quite a few of any comic book, to be honest, like comic book movie, because I find a lot of them sort of they just miss the point, I guess, of the character, which
Oh, so
tends to drive me crazy.
we're gonna talk about Zack Snyder now then?
Yes, because I am look. Okay, now you're allowed to send me hate mail. Zack Snyder makes things look pretty. I'm really happy about that. Very pretty. But when he's adapting things, he refuses to actually understand the point of any of the characters he is putting on screen. And he just puts them there in a way they look pretty and then they do shit. And it makes me mad. Okay? Fine. Done. Your turn.
Yeah, he's
Your turn.
terrible. I don't know what to. I won't even give you the makes things look pretty thing. No, it makes things look stupid.
I mean, like the my biggest problem is like I think, for example, I think Henry Cavill could have been an amazing Superman. He's got the visuals, he's got the body and the movement for it. But when you are directed in a movie that when you are Superman, you act like Superman, but when you put on the glasses, you act like Superman, then you've missed the whole point of Superman and Clark Kent.
Yeah.
Okay? You've thoroughly missed the point. But also within the movie, they make him do dumb things that just don't actually make sense. And you're just like, wait, what? Why is this what you're doing? This makes no sense whatsoever. And it
No,
just oh,
they stopped punching because they found out that both of their moms have the same name.
it just didn't like
That makes the most sense in a story, right?
yeah, yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
your mom is also named Karen? Oh my God. We both have moms.
This is incredible. But the thing that
I
actually
didn't think he
drives
had a
me
mom before I was punching him.
the thing that drives me the craziest in that scene, so you have Lois Lane who has walked away and she's gone somewhere else completely and she's not anywhere near this fight that Superman is losing, right? And she's gone to get like the kryptonite at the bottom of a well or something to kill the monster or some crap. I'm sorry, I refuse to rewatch these movies. I'm not doing it.
That
And
one has Doomsday in it, right?
yes,
Doomsday's
yeah.
in that one? Okay.
Yeah, that's the because for some reason Lex Luthor creates Doomsday after finding a pod in Superman's ship in the Arctic that somehow Lois Lane gets into as well. And he
Okay.
makes a monster out of it or some shit. And Wonder Woman just shows
Typical
up.
super genius thing to do.
Yeah, I don't like in the movie, I don't understand why Lex Luthor is mad. I'm like, I
Yeah.
don't know what you're doing. It's sure, you know. Like there's versions of Lex Luthor where he's just like he's a megalomaniac, fine. Or he's like, I hate aliens and Earth is for humans. Okay, fine. You're a xenophobe. That's you're being a
Yeah.
dick, but
He's
whatever.
gonna deport Superman to El Salvador.
Yeah. Or he's like, I want to be the smartest man ever, you know. Sure, have a purpose. But in his movies, I'm just like, I know you're saying words that you think make sense and come up with like a reason for you to be all crazy, but there's no logic to any of it. And ah,
Yeah,
ugh.
it's because we already think Jesse Eisenberg is smart for some reason. Apparently, just a person who can talk fast is somebody who's very bright. So they're just like, well, just put in a guy that seems smart, and then everyone will get that it's a smart guy.
Yeah. The thing is he's not even none of the people that are in the movie are inherently bad actors, but they're all horribly miscast and it just doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, to put more blame on Zack Snyder, the way that he always casts his movies is who does this look like? So like he'll look at the source material, see the drawing of the
Hmm.
person, and go, "Who's an actor that looks like that guy?"
And just goes with that actor.
100%. I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, I don't. There may be more to that than, but like that's my only explanation is that he's just going based on that looks like that.
Well, that goes back to my he makes things look pretty. So he makes things look like the comic book page.
Yeah,
And that is it's unless you have something else behind the visuals, it's a medium that uses storytelling. Yes, it has to look good, but there has to be a story. And if you can't tell the story, even if it looks good, just no, no. And that's the
yeah.
thing that upsets me about it.
Well, I mean, let's talk about the giant squid in the room. He made Watchmen.
He did.
And that I think that is a really interesting movie to talk about, especially in relation to Sin City, which we already touched on, because Sin City is a direct adaptation, right?
Yeah.
The DVD that I held up actually came with the comic book that it's based on.
What?
You can
Okay.
actually there's like a mini version of the comic in it.
Hmm.
So for one of the three stories in it, I think, in the movie,
Yeah.
there's like it. This is basically the storyboards for the movie. So it's like a super, super direct adaptation. That's why Frank Miller has a co-directing credit on it,
Hmm.
because it's just his book that's been adapted to be moving. And honestly, I think the problem with the Watchmen movie, even beyond that he changed the ending, which is funny to me for another reason, uh, he stays too close to the material. I think he's way too rigid in his adaptation of that movie, and misses the point completely.
Well, I
Which
mean, so surprisingly, that is one of the few Zack Snyder movies where I'm like, he gets a pass for this. Um, Despite the fact that it is a comic book and there are storyboards technically available for him to look at, like Watchmen is not an easy thing to adapt to screen.
no,
Just based on like the content, how the story is being told, um, just overall, it's not an easy thing to adapt. And to be honest, he captures. Does he miss some of the points? Yes. Does he make Rorschach way too cool? Yes, because that is definitely not a point that should have come across. Um, but also, like I think he gets he captures the story,
yeah,
even though like some of the more basic elements are missing. But also, the psychic squid thing, I was kind of happy he didn't put that into the movie. I was
nope,
like,
only
that would have
squid.
been ridiculous.
Well, no, the thing is, I mean, what makes me mad about this, the lack of squid. I understand that it would look ridiculous. The HBO series did the squid, looked really cool. Um,
No, technically they did not. They skipped over the squid, and then it rained tiny squid in the beginning of one of the episodes. But they never showed the whole squid.
they
They
didn't
showed the
show the whole
aftermath,
squid. They showed the shockwave of it,
the
right? Like
shockwave.
they, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah. They did the squid. Um, but I understand that. However, his excuse for like things being so wooden was, well, that's the way it was in the comic book. You can't have it both ways. You can't be like,
Sorry, he
oh
blamed
yeah,
the comic book for it being wooden?
yeah. He's like, well, that's the dialogue from the comic book.
That doesn't mean you have to make it wooden. What?
Yeah.
Oh,
Or like those the really cheesy like needle drops in it too. Like Hallelujah's in it, which is
yes.
stupid, and like 99 red balloons, like just things that don't go with it. But those are like little quotes that Alan Moore put in it, like the end of chapters or
Yeah.
whatever, are these like music things. So he uses those, but like it doesn't make sense for the movie. And it just looks really stupid.
But it's supposed to hint at the era that the part of the story is taking place in or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Because
You're
when I think
making
of
you
when I
are
think
making me defend Zack Snyder, and this is upsetting me.
yeah, no, it's because when I think of 1980s New York, I go Hallelujah by yeah, I think
You
of
know.
Hallelujah and at 99 Red Balloons. Those are the songs that I'm pulling from my uh you know deconstructionist character study about super powered individuals that were all of their uh they're just sadists, right?
They really are.
Yeah.
They really are. But also, besides Dr. Manhattan, were they really superheroes?
Well, I mean, Rorschach's Batman.
Yes, but like a psychotic poor Batman.
Yeah, I mean, just sort of that, sort of like justice on the like by beating criminals to a pulp kind of thing. I
Hmm.
mean, I guess Ozymandias would sort of be like kind of like a Tony Stark character-ish. Like he's like the smartest man in the world, right? Like that's his bit.
That's his bit, yeah. But he's doing the whole like Thanos thing where he's like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna kill a bunch of people to bring the world together so there's real peace.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the comedian would kind of be Captain America, I guess, right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, since he's like going off and fighting wars and things. So
Hmm.
like, I mean, I think they all have analogs to things that I mean, they're all supposed to be archetypes from other comics that have been
Yeah.
brought together, and then driven insane by the real world.
Hmm.
And the but the thing is, like Zack Snyder's adaptation, you kind of watching like, man, these guys are cool.
Well, and that's actually 80% of the problem is
Yeah.
that none of these people are supposed to be come across as cool by the end.
But
You're supposed to either loathe them or feel sorry for them. You're not supposed to be like, "Oh, that's amazing." Like, no.
no, to me, the entire point of the book is that these guys are fucked up.
Yeah. That's why you should
Like,
either loathe or feel sorry for them.
yeah, no, I mean, they're all terrible. And like we look like what's so cool about it is like we look to these people as to be heroes, but if they were real people, they'd just be awful.
Well,
Which is a pretty huge statement for a comic book, especially in the 1980s, and we
yeah.
before we even
Well,
get to all this stuff.
I mean, I think that's where the boys is as well, right?
Yeah.
It's very much, you have these people that have these powers. They're sponsored by a corporation. And in front of people, they have this PR set and they have this life where you're just like they're so perfect and they save people and they're doing this and they're doing that. But as soon as doors are closed, they're like they're cussing and they're raping each other and they're like murdering people and having like weird power trips and like doing all those things that we know or we have an idea that all the rich people that are quote unquote normal rich people are doing as well, you
Hmm.
know? So I think it's more about a reflection on our society and our icon worship, than anything else. Well, I guess that's the point. That's the
Yeah.
point. Yeah.
But I think that the Watchmen movie is just a movie. As in, like, I think it's just like those events happening in a row. Like, there's not really any introspection in that.
No,
Um,
there is less introspection than there
yeah.
definitely is a lot less introspection than there should be in that
Which
movie for
to
sure.
me is the entire point.
Mhm.
Like,
But it
if it's not, it's just kind of a mediocre superhero book.
yeah.
Like, if it's not about how fucked up these people are,
Mhm.
and how terrible they are for real society, then the book is unsuccessful.
But I also think that's why the Watchmen TV show was so successful. Like it
Yeah.
was just so good is because it did show all of this. It showed, what happens after something like this happens. It shows again how they let these like rich, smart people get to a certain level and get away with things. And even though there's greatness hiding in plain sight, the first thing they want to do is control it in some way. And you're just like, oh shit, this is amazing. And it's not even, and it's just like well acted and everything as well. It's just such a great story.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the success of the HBO show is because, like what Alan, I mean, they didn't do what Zack Snyder did. They didn't like adapt the story directly. What they did was they did what Alan Moore did. They used things that we're already aware of, archetypes that we've already done, and then it portrays them in a different way to expose something about our society.
Hmm.
That show is a lot about generational trauma
Yep.
and racism and systemic racism specifically. And it remixed elements from The Watchmen that we may or may not have been aware of already, but they would at least be characters that we're familiar with from pop culture in general. And then applied kind of their own story to those archetypes, which I think is really cool.
S-
And like that's a better adaptation to me because it's the original intent of the author to do that, and do something different than what was already on the page.
Yeah. See, I think my thing is that I always give a medium, like if they're transferring something from one medium to another, I give it a clean slate, right? Unless it's bad, like bad, I'm just like, you know what? It's fine. They've created a role for this character. This is the character. The character works in this world. I'm just like, you know what? It's a good movie. Is it as good as the book? No. Does it miss the point as the book? Probably. But is it a good movie? It's a good movie. I'm fine with it. And I think that's with this movie in particular. I think that's what the difference is. Is I'm like, Zack Snyder made a movie. It is coherent. You understand, you kind of understand the characters, you understand the world that they're in, and there's a beginning, a middle, and an end. It looks pretty cool. I'm good with it, right? But if you compare it to the graphic novel, you're completely right. It completely misses the point. The people come across a little too dry for your liking. There's stuff like there's a whole segment of a parallel of a kid in the comic book reading another comic book that parallels what's kind of happening in their society that sort of better illustrates what's going on, but at a different angle, which makes what you read before the comic book in the comic book pages are there, so that you're just like, oh my God, it's so deep. That was just taken out of the movie, you know.
Mhm.
Um, so like there's definitely things missing, but I'm like, if you had never interacted with the comic book, you'd watch that movie and be like, oh, that was a movie. That was a pretty good movie. And
Yeah.
that's where I am with it. That's where I am with it.
I mean, yeah, no, it is a movie.
Yes.
I think I've seen the like 3 hour long director's cut of it.
Okay.
Um, to because I subjected myself to that.
Of
I
course.
mean, I think it could have been. I think it could have been a nice lean 2 hours without all the slow motion.
Well, you
Uh,
know, yes.
I don't know why a third of it's in slow motion. But
He
yeah, no,
he
it's.
loves slow motion. Have you seen any of his other movies? He
Yeah,
loves slow
I
motion.
know, I know. Yeah, I know. But like, yeah, you're right. I mean, if you didn't have any interaction with the book, but I also feel like, man, we kind of burned something that could have been cool. Like, we can't make another Watchmen movie for another 20 years because actually, probably that's coming up.
That's coming up.
Um,
Yeah. I mean, based on Spider-Man alone, apparently you can do it every like 5 years. So
but I mean, there's a million different Spider-Man you can do, as
that's true.
evidenced with this guy after the
Oh, yes.
Spider-Verse.
I love that.
Um,
Yeah.
like, yeah, I mean, that's a little different though, because I mean, like, if you're adapting the straight up story, like, I don't think you can do that again for a long time.
For a
Just like
while.
the same thing.
Yes.
Unless unless you do the HBO thing, which is like we're gonna do something completely different. We're gonna jazz it all up with new stuff. We'll use the themes from the other thing and some of the characters, but we're not gonna try to reinvent the wheel on that one.
Yeah. Or maybe what they would do is just they can just do the Watchmen story, but instead of trying to cram it into like 2 hours, they do a full like mini series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to jump on a previous point that I made, they did make Dr. Manhattan's dick bigger in the movie, right?
Apparently no. Apparently there was no prosthetics or anything in there, including on the TV show as well, that last episode. No
Oh,
prosthetics
no,
were
no, no.
involved.
Oh,
Just
no,
blue
no.
paint.
I didn't mean that one. I know that that one's his. We're good.
What do you mean
I
then?
meant the Zack Snyder CG penis that was flopping around in Vietnam.
Okay. Apparently again, no, that apparently was his.
Really?
Yeah, apparently it wasn't CG, if I
That
remember
had to have been a
correctly.
CG penis. There's no
I'm
way
I'm
that
gonna
Billy
do
Crudup has like I don't think that the Dr. Manhattan in that movie is a real person, right?
he's I mean he's grown into a different being.
I just remember that was all everyone talked about when that movie came out too, is that
Yes.
Dr. Manhattan's dick was flopping around the whole time. But I'm watching the movie and I've read the book already, and I'm like, his dick is not that big in the comic book. Like
And
it is
no,
not
it's not.
that
No,
big.
it's very like it is drawn tastefully as in like
Like
a
a
Greek
cherub.
statue.
Yeah.
Like David, statue of
Yeah.
David, that kind of delicate pieces. Um, but yes, it's
Yeah.
fine.
but come on, man. Come on, Zack Snyder. We could, tone it down a little bit.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Certain parts they use apparently a motion capture suit.
Hmm.
Okay, that's on Reddit. Let's see. I don't know how to delicately Google this without getting myself in some sort of trouble.
You mean Googling is that Billy Crudup's penis? I mean, it was the talk of the town when that movie came out. I remember because I wrote like a very long review on Facebook in like 2008 or whatever year that movie came out was. And I remember I had to mention in it the like, yep, his dick's in this movie. It's moving around, it's doing stuff. Um, but it was pretty funny how everyone had to talk about that there's like a naked dude in the movie the whole time.
Well, you know what? It's still, I know it's weird, but penises are funny and it gets people confused, okay? Everybody's used to seeing boobs, but penises on screen, that's a big deal. That's a big deal.
Hey, let's not put down the contribution of boobs in a movie to make it such a big deal.
Look, I'm gonna stop Googling this. I'm gonna get really inappropriate things on my phone
I'm
now.
very sure that that was a CGI penis.
If it was, that's, but I remember him doing like an interview and he was all embarrassed about it. And he said it was real and like there's like three scenes or something in it where it was real. And I was
Okay.
like, "What?" I was like, "Oh, that seems uncomfortable."
Yeah, that's weird. That
Yeah,
doesn't seem right.
I know. It's
I mean,
probably not
the only part of it that I imagine it like not imagine the only part that I remember like vividly of being like out of place was the when he was like evaporating people in Vietnam, like and he was like the size of a building.
Yeah, and he's just like
Um,
walking around zapping people and you're just like,
yeah.
"There's a naked blue man blowing people up, guys."
Yeah, and his dick is disproportionately large to his body.
But doesn't he get like his weird little V panties after that or whatever?
He does wear the little panties sometimes, but not in
Yeah.
that specific scene. Yeah.
Uh, I mean, look, you have to admit it would put fear in your enemy if a naked blue guy showed up. A
That is
naked blue
true.
guy in V panties you might giggle at, but a naked blue guy,
I was like,
different.
wow, I can't believe Blue Man Group does the whole thing.
It does the whole thing, head to toe, every time. Yes.
Um,
Uh,
anyway, yeah, no. Yeah, the Zack Snyder one's bad. HBO one good.
yes. Agreed. Agreed. Um, so
I mean, they
who?
don't do Alan Moore adapt like Alan Moore refuses to like acknowledge any of his like adaptations like anymore, which I
Yeah.
think is very funny.
Well, they
Um,
did Batman is did he do Batman Year One?
no, that's Frank
No,
Miller.
that's Frank Miller.
It was League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. That was his the story he wrote
Oh,
that
that
Candles
one was so bad. That I
back.
don't think that's on my list either. Oh, there's another one
You're welcome.
that is not on
Um,
my list right now.
that was the one he had to testify in court about. Do you know that story?
I don't know that story now.
The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen producers got sued by some guy saying that they stole his characters because they use like Wolfman is in it and or no, Invisible Man is in it. Jekyll and Hyde is in it. I forget the main
There's Captain
character.
Nemo.
Captain, yeah. So
Yeah.
some guy sued them saying that he had the rights to that. So Alan Moore, who gave them the who like, owns the property that they pulled from, had to testify in court that this terrible movie was his idea. And now he's like now like I disavow any movie that is made from my work.
Yeah. I
Um,
must admit that movie was horrendous.
yeah,
There's like it's the thing is it fails on all levels, like storytelling, visual effects, actors. Like I don't understand how they were directed in this movie, but like the all the actors were doing different things, the costume design, it was just all bad. Like all of it was just bad. And I
I
don't understand how everything could be bad in a movie like this.
one of the only things I remember about this movie, and I only remember it because I read a review that pointed out how stupid it was.
Hmm.
Um, and it was that there's a car chase on the streets of Venice.
Yes.
Venice doesn't have streets. It has canals. So like nobody drives in Venice because they don't have streets.
I never, I didn't. The funny thing is I should have picked up on that
Yeah,
because the scene that there's a car chase and they're driving through Venice is to stop a guy who is trying to, I think, blow up the canals to sink the city. So they were using the canals to like swim under and like blow up stuff to drown them.
that's
So,
yeah.
and for some reason it was Captain Nemo's submarine was submerged in one of one of the canals somehow. I'm
Yeah.
like, aren't these things like 5 feet deep? Like, what are you doing? Like, what? It's fine.
Yeah,
It's
it
fine.
didn't make it. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I've read that book like after the fact, like the Alan Moore book, and I'm like, yeah, this is nothing. This has nothing to do with the movie. The movie, I mean, similar to his other themes, it is about sadism. Like it is
Yeah.
like these people are real rough.
Okay.
There's some like real rough stuff happening in that book. Something that like I remember reading something in that book that I'm like, I am disturbed by that, and I'm like in my mid 20s when I'm like,
Did he
oh,
did he also do Happy? Was that him?
happy. No, I don't think so.
Happy.
The one that was the Bob Odenkirk one? No,
Oh,
wait.
it's Grant Morrison. Sorry.
Oh, that was a Grant Morrison. Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
And Derek Robertson. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
Uh,
one story where it's like, nope, I put it down and walked away. I was like, I can't do this.
oh, is that one really fucked up too? I
Yeah.
don't know that one.
There is a scene where a cop goes to a disturbance call and they find a baby in a microwave and I put the book
Oh,
down. I was like, no, I'm not doing this. Mm-mm.
weird.
They had
I
it on
mean,
they made a TV show out of it and they had the scene in the show. They didn't show the microwave
right.
part, but they showed the cop who discovered it. And I was like, I'm not even watching this show. I'm not doing this. No.
Yeah. That's where like Grant Morrison doesn't usually do like that kind of stuff from what I recall.
Mm,
He does like weird cosmic-y stuff that's like super like surreal and weird, but like I don't
yeah.
remember him doing like how fucked up can I get kind of thing. But
Yeah. Yeah, don't, I can't. Like, I bought this book based on a recommendation of after watching like a show, and then
right.
I asked somebody else, they're like, "No, no, it's a really good book. You'll enjoy it." And I was like, "Okay." And then I got it home and I read like 4 pages, and I was like, "I'm not looking at this ever
Yeah,
again."
I mean, I haven't watched much of the Boys TV show,
Oh,
but
I
and
can't watch the boys' TV show either. Can't do it.
the comic book will probably be much worse, because it's Grant Ennis,
Hmm.
that writes that one, and he's disgusting. So,
Yeah, yeah. I got
but
I actually own one of the trades. And for like it wasn't there was not a particular reason why I hadn't read it. But then I heard the show was coming and I was like, "Oh, I'll just watch the show." And then I saw part of the show and I was like, "I'm never reading that book
yeah,
either." I was like, "I'm
I've
gonna."
read quite a bit, not quite a bit, because there's a lot of it, but I've read like the first three or four trades of Preacher,
Mm,
which is really good but disgusting.
yes, have that
So
as well. Yeah,
yeah,
I was surprised when I watched the TV show, which was excellent, by the way. Um, how tame, even though I thought they were going to a certain storyline, which I'm really glad they didn't touch. But I was really expecting it to be as gross, like not all the way as gross, but as gross
yeah.
as the comic book, and it wasn't. And I was, except for the part where they're like, "Hey, we're gonna make you feel sorry for Hitler." For a couple episodes, and then he does Hitler things, and then you're like, "Oh yeah, he's Hitler. I don't like that guy."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, right. Hitler.
yeah, Hitler. Yes, you see his personal hell and all that kind of stuff, and
Um,
you're like, oh, poor guy.
huh.
He's just sad, and he wanted to go to art school,
He wrote a
and
whole book about his problems.
yeah, like, "Wah," you know.
Mind problems.
But if you have if you are not the thing is the visuals of the show are not as gross as the book, but the
Right.
content is very like, oh, how did you oh, you should not have touched that. So if you're not
Yeah.
easily offended, definitely watch Preacher.
Yeah, there's some
Right.
Mickey. I think I watched two or three episodes of it.
Yeah. I
And
watched the whole series and it was
yeah.
really good,
Oh,
but
it's good.
it's definitely not for the
Faint of heart.
faint of heart. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
But I mean, back to Alan Moore. I since I was thinking about this earlier today, I pulled out this, which is my
V for
absolute V for
Vendetta.
Vendetta.
I
Um,
hate that movie with a
you do?
passion. I
Okay,
hate
I
it.
haven't seen it since I was like 16.
Hated it.
I tried to watch it this afternoon, but it was only available in French.
Is that considered a superhero movie?
I would say so. I
Well,
mean, he's a revolutionary. He sort of moves faster than he should. I mean, it's sort of like The Matrix meets like a comic book, right?
yeah.
So I would
Well,
say so.
I'm at 152 now then. All
There you
right.
go. Why do
Mm-hmm.
you hate that one so much?
Um, I've never read the comic book. I've only watched the movie. And the only thing that came across in that movie, I'm like, I understand he's supposed to be a revolutionary. I understand that he's trying to change this person's perspective of her life and what she's doing. But all I saw on screen was he kidnapped a woman, is torturing her. She has Stockholm syndrome, and this is fucking bullshit. That's all I got out of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And
say the book's more than that. I mean,
okay,
like, is that true? Yes, that is very true.
okay, okay.
I was picking. I haven't read all of it actually. That's why I picked it up. I was like, I should read this. But yeah, no, she's like a 16-year-old in the book.
Oh
So
God.
she's an
At least
extra
she's an
18.
adult in the movie, but
Yeah, no, she's an
that doesn't
adult in
make
the
it
movie.
better. That
No,
doesn't
no,
make
no.
it better.
I mean, yeah, 100% he kidnaps her. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, it's weird.
Mhm.
Also like page 3, somebody says make Britain great again.
Oh God. Oh Jesus.
And I was like, this was
I
written in
can't.
1982.
I can't. Okay. No. No. Can't do it.
And I was like,
Mm-mm.
ooh, maybe I should start listening to that snake that Alan Moore worships. Maybe he can tell me what's going to happen.
Oh God.
Maybe there's something into this wizard thing he's doing.
He's yeah, sure, magically make things good. It's fine. It's
Yep.
fine. But yeah, no, V for Vendetta, I loathe that movie.
That's
Um,
interesting. I remember being pretty good. I mean, when I was like 16. I remember
yeah, I
being pretty good.
saw that. I'm pretty sure I saw that in theater when it came out, and I was mad when I left the theater.
Okay. Interesting.
I mean, is there? Yeah, no, yeah. Oh yeah, I was old when that came out. Came out in 2005. Um,
It came out in 2000. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
No, that makes sense.
Like I remember sitting there watching it, and as I watched it, just I'm like, there's gonna be a point by the end of it, and I was like, there is, but there isn't. Like
Right.
the point that they're trying to reach could have been gotten to in a much less uh kidnappy,
Yeah.
tortury way within the confines of this world that they're in. Is all I'm thinking.
How does he torture her in the book, in the movie?
Well, he literally just captures her, yells at her, shaves her head,
Oh,
uh,
he doesn't. I wait. He shaves her head. I thought that was like I thought she got taken in by like the secret police,
something. I
and
don't
they shave her
know.
head and put her in prison.
But it
Or was
ends up.
that?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, or was that like some sort of trick that he pulled that it was actually him the whole time?
No, by the end of it, it's a trick that he pulled, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. No, that's
To help her see the true nature of the society they're in or whatever. And
right.
to like make her part of his movement.
Now, does the movie get better when it turns out that all of it was true?
I don't see the problem is that like I have not I have not seen this since I saw it in that theater
Yeah,
that day.
right.
Because
Okay.
it's one of those things where like I watched it, it pissed me off. I was like, this is inappropriate. It's like when I saw Poor Things last year, I was like, why do people
Yeah.
like this? This makes me
Oh, yeah.
angry.
That movie made me furious as well.
I was absolutely
I'm
furious.
with you
So
100% on that one.
yeah, so I'm not watching it again. That's not
Yeah.
a thing that I need to spend more time on. And that's how I felt about this movie when I watched it. So I haven't
Interesting.
seen it since. So you asking me like the deep details
Yeah,
of
yeah,
it
yeah.
now, I'm like, I'm not 100% sure. It's just that I have this guttural reaction when people mention V for Vendetta. I'm like, no,
Interesting.
just
I'm very
walk
curious to
away.
watch it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
When
I
was the
really
last
am.
time you think you watched it?
Probably almost 20 years ago.
Oh, okay, so like around
Uh,
when it came out. Yeah.
Probably, yeah. I know. I maybe watched it on like the movie network, like when, like a year later, maybe. So, like,
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't think I've seen it since I've lived in Toronto. So that's like 18 years.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah.
So, I mean, I'd be very curious, especially now that, we live in slightly different political times. And maybe the authoritarian government that's portrayed in that movie doesn't seem so far-fetched anymore.
Exactly. So, fun.
Make Britain great again.
Oh God.
Page 3.
It's all horrible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, I think that's all I got on Alan Moore adaptations.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
So my question for you is like, do you have a favorite superhero or do you have like a series
Oh
or
yeah.
a group that you love the most?
Yeah, I'm a basic bitch. I am a Spider-Man guy. I like Spider-Man a lot. He is
Hmm.
my guy.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about this today as I was walking, and I think the reason I like Spider-Man so much is his life sucks. Is
Yeah.
that the like him being Spider-Man sucks for him. Like it is the worst. There is no power fantasy to it at all to me. Like the things I don't like about superheroes when it does the power fantasy stuff, which I think is what Zack Snyder's doing in a lot of his superhero adaptations. Like, no, they're strong. They punch stuff. No, I like Spider-Man because when he's doing Spider-Man stuff, his life suffers.
So you love the Tobey Maguire movies then, at least
I
one and
do.
two.
That's why I
Yes.
got these. Where I got them. Here we go. I got Spider-Man 1
Hmm.
and Spider-Man 2.1, which is the
Yeah.
extended cut that they released on DVD in like 2005 and 2004 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
2005. Which has like extra scenes in it and stuff. I have a few of those actually. I have X-Men 1.5 as well in here, which, I looked at the Wikipedia page for that one today and there's some red flags.
Oh, really? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah.
But yeah, no, but yeah, no, Spider-Man 2 to me is like the pinnacle. Like that's the best
It's
superhero
one of the
movie to
greatest
me.
superhero movies ever made.
Yeah, I
Yes.
love Spider-Man 2.
Hmm.
Because, his life sucks.
Well, this is why I don't understand why people have started hating on the Tobey Maguire. Like I understand, like I like Andrew Garfield as a person and as an actor. I think he does good work. But as Amazing Spider-Man, I know it doesn't they don't work for me.
Hmm.
Um, but because my biggest problem with his version of Spider-Man, he is snarky in a not funny way. Like when people say kids are precocious, but there's a good precocious and there's a bad precocious. His Spider-Man is like the bad precocious, where you just want to punch him in the face.
Yeah.
Even though when Gwen Stacy dies, that is a heartbreaking scene. Yes.
Hmm.
But everything else, every time he like says a quip or whatever, I'm just like, I hate you. I hate you so much.
I think the two of them are very interesting. Like Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield, like juxtaposed to each other, I think is a really interesting dynamic because I think that Tobey Maguire is a very good Peter Parker because he's like very dopey and sincere,
Hmm.
and kind of dorky, and His Spider-Man is also a little bit of that. Like it doesn't like get cool.
Yes.
And Andrew Garfield is the opposite, where his Spider-Man super cool, full of confidence, doing Spider-Man stuff. But his Peter Parker way too cool. And it was
Yeah.
like, this is supposed to be a nerd. He's doing half pipe skateboarding now. Like,
Yeah.
what? How am I
Yes.
supposed to think this guy's like bullied and a dork? Where I'm like, he's cooler than me.
Yeah. Agreed. Agreed.
Yeah,
And that's why it doesn't work. Yeah.
yeah. Um, I think that the new guy, what's the new guy's name?
Tom Holland.
Tom Holland. I think he does a pretty good, like, splits the difference pretty well.
He does. I think the thing is that um the like Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield, like when you picture Spider-Man, you don't picture an adult. You picture a kid.
Yeah.
And both of them on screen, even though they're quote unquote in high school, they're clearly adults,
Oh,
right?
Tobey Maguire's like
Yeah.
40.
But also if you watch like the 90s cartoon, his animation looks like a 40-year-old man.
Yeah,
Okay.
100%. Yeah, no, he's a man,
He's
man.
a
He's in
man.
college though, at least in that one.
I no, I feel like it starts off and he's in high school still.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't watched it in a while.
Yeah,
I
I
think it's
feel
pretty quick he gets out of it.
maybe, yeah. Well, I mean, even with the Tobey Maguire one, he's graduating from school, and
It's
then the
true.
second movie he's in college and has an internship and delivers pizza and he's trying to be the adult. He's trying to get there.
Oh,
Um,
him delivering those pizzas is one of my favorite bits.
yeah.
Where there's a point where like, oh man, I'm running late. And he's like, I'm gonna be Spider-Man now. So he runs down an alley and then swings out with the pizzas.
He's
And the guy just goes, Spider-Man stole that guy's pizza.
It's great. It's
It's so
great.
funny. It's such a stupid, funny bit.
But it just works though. It just
Yeah.
really, really
Well,
works.
it goes with like, yeah, everyone misunderstands what Spider-Man's doing. That's therefore his life is worse every time he does Spider-Man stuff.
Exactly. Um, and I think that's the thing that makes Tom Holland Spider-Man work. Like, yeah, sure, I think he was like 21 or 22 when he did the first. No, he was younger than that.
I think he
No, I think
might
it
have
was,
still been a teenager when he got the role, when he
yeah, I
was
think he
in
was
like Civil War.
yeah, I think he was like 19 when he did Civil War. But he comes across as like a kid,
Yeah,
right? And he comes across as like he's like, yeah, he's a little quippy, yeah, he's a little fun, but he's clearly a complete dork and he's kind of
yeah,
awkward. And it really works better.
yeah. No, he seems like a kid that has high school problems.
Yeah. Like
Yeah, and he's
he
trying to
definitely got
solve those
shoved
with
in a locker
Spider-Man.
at some point,
Yeah, and then he tries to solve it with Spider-Man and makes it much worse. Like
Much more, yeah.
that's the secret sauce,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's that I tried to do something about it and I made this much, much worse. Like that is the I remember when the second Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movie came out,
Mhm.
the first trailer starts with the word, "It's great being Spider-Man." And like Gwen Stacy dies in this one. There's no way. There's no way he's gonna get away with that.
There's no
He
way it could be
cannot say
happy.
that.
Yeah. No. No. Some because like that's the thing, like you said, that's the thing about Spider-Man. Being Spider-Man kind of sucks. And so as soon as he's having a good time, something bad's gonna happen. Because
Yeah.
even in the Spider-Verse movies, you're like it's all about canon events and it goes through the horrible things that happen to all the Spider-Men in different worlds. And you're like, yeah, that's that's what being Spider-Man's like,
Hmm.
done. Right?
Yeah.
And I could see why it collapses the universe. Like, what do you mean Spider-Man is happy and everything's perfect? That can't last.
That's true.
What are you talking about? Like, this is crazy. It makes sense. It
Yeah.
makes absolute sense.
No, those are such awesome movies.
Yeah.
Because it's the Clone High guys, right? Like it's
Yes.
like and that those guys can do no wrong in my book. The Clone High guys get a lifetime pass from me.
So far, they have done nothing wrong in
Yeah.
the most curious and amazing way. I still want to see their Han Solo movie. I would love to see their version of the Han Solo.
Yeah.
Oh
No,
my God.
I really wish that Disney had the balls to keep up with them. They
Yeah.
were just afraid, right? It was that like we can't let people improv on a $250 million movie.
Yeah. Essentially, they were like, this isn't enough of a Star Wars movie in the regular way, therefore you can't make this movie. And I'm like,
Yeah.
but why?
Yeah.
Why
No.
not you switch it up just a little bit in here since it's not part of the yes, it's going to be quote unquote canon, but also it's not part of the main storyline. What's wrong with them telling this part of the story differently? Just let them do it. It would be amazing.
Yeah, no, they do they have some I don't know how they do what they do.
I have no idea either.
I think that's why I like them so much because I'm like I don't understand how this works.
Yeah,
Like it what
they
it
put out they put out the Lego movie, and I was like, what the fuck? How can you make a movie about Lego? And then I was like, holy shit. And then I was like, they're what? They're making a second movie? You can't do that. Holy shit. Like, oh, what? How? I don't, what? Okay. Just, their names are on things and I'm seeing it. That's just how it's
Yeah.
gonna be.
No, it's like, hey, you remember that Johnny Depp show from the 80s? Kind of. Well, here's a movie with Jonah Hill in it. Okay.
Like, what?
And then I
Uh,
laughed I cried laughing during that movie. Like it's one of those ones that's just like I don't understand how this could be a movie. All right, and then I have tears streaming down my face.
yeah, and it just works.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's apparently their process is absolute insanity, and can drive people absolutely crazy. But
Mhm.
apparently somehow they pull it out every time. I don't
It
understand how they
works.
do it. Um, like they made a movie about food, raining food, and it's
Cloudy
like
with
one of
it.
the I think one of the best children's movies that's been made in the last 20 years.
I love Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. It blows my mind how good that movie is. But I also think part of it that makes it work was I feel like they meticulously pick their voice actors
Yeah,
in such a way that like they just the character on screen definitely connects directly to the voice actor. Like you can see they looked at the voice actor they like hired, or if they drew something before, they got the voice actor and then like edited a little bit to like match up with the voice actor, and it just they get them to emote correctly, and it just works really well, and you're just like, I love all of this, you know?
yeah. And
Yeah.
then they get to Spider-Man, and everyone had been complaining about Spider-Man. It's like we don't need another origin story. We've seen the origin 15 times already. I can't do another one. So they make this cartoon where they do 15 origin stories in a row.
And you're just like, where's another one?
Yeah,
I
I
need
want
another
more.
one.
Give me Penny Parker.
Yes.
I
God.
want to see how the I want to see how the pig became Spider Ham.
I remember going into comic book stores in the 90s and being like, what the fuck is a Spider Ham? This is fucking ridiculous. And then I see this movie, I'm just like, oh, I should have bought some Spider Ham comic books.
Yeah.
I
It's
really should have.
is it Peter Baggy that did Spider Ham?
That is a question I don't have an answer
He's
to.
like this weird alt comic dude. He made Hate, I think is his big book. I worked for like I did an internship at actually ironically a place called Heroic Film Company. Um where they were using him as the he was gonna draw do like character designs on a cartoon
Yeah.
they were producing. So I had to buy a bunch of his comic books. Um,
So, Peter Porker, it lists the creators as Stan Lee, Steve Ditko, I guess that's the Spider-Man part of
yeah.
it. Then Tom DeFalco, Larry Hama, and Mark Armstrong.
Okay. Never mind then. Maybe he just did something on it later on.
Maybe
Yeah,
he
Peter
did.
Baggy does like really weird, outlandish, like exaggerated, cartoony, like to the point of grotesqueness, stuff. And I think he did some Spider-Ham stuff. If I'm recalling, I used to read comic books in like 2011.
Oh, I
Um,
remember this comic book. Hey,
yeah,
yeah, I remember
yeah,
that one. Yeah, like with like I own a ridiculous number of comic books and I have read a ridiculous number of comic books, but if you ask me to ask who the writer is or the artist is, that is not a thing. But also I'm the same with movies, except for some of the actors, unless they're like famous actors. Like I will tell you, I will see a person like an actor's face and be like, he's in these 35 movies. I don't know what his name is.
mhm,
But like I won't know like who the director is half the time. It's just
yeah.
I
No,
just take in what's in front of me. I don't do the research afterwards.
So
which is
that's
a horrible thing to say,
this is
actually.
just how I do it though. Like that's this is I think that's just a difference between you and I. Because I got into comic books through because I heard that Ultimate Spider-Man was good,
Hmm.
right? Which was a reboot of it in like 2000, I think.
Okay.
And Brian Michael Bendis was the writer on that one. So I was like, oh, what else does he write? So that's how
Oh,
I do that. Like that's how I get into stuff.
oh wow.
Is I'll be like I'll start with something and go like, okay, well, what has this person done? For movies, it was Kevin Smith. He was my first.
Kevin Smith, surprisingly, Kevin Smith was one of my really early ones as
Yeah,
well. Yes.
he was my like guy like, oh, what else has this guy done? And
Mhm.
then I watched like all his other movies, and then like I wanted to know what movies he was referencing, so I'd watch the movies that he was referencing in his other movies, and then I got into other movies. So I always go through that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because I always like the postmodernist thing first, and then go back to read the stuff that they're referencing after the
The quote
fact.
unquote normal things
Yeah, the
that
normal
they
things
they
afterwards.
they talk about. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Whereas I get the references like 20 years later when I see something, I'm like, oh my God, is this the thing they were talking about in the thing?
right.
What? You know? Yeah,
Hmm.
that's how I get to it. No, I got into comic books in a very normal-ish way. So remember the world's biggest bookstore
I do.
downtown? I fucking loved that place.
Hmm.
And we used to be in there with like my family every at least like twice a month, easily twice a month. We did not live downtown, so being down there twice a month was a big deal. Just an FYI. And it'd be one of those things where my mom would go into like one section, my dad would be by the magazines, and me and my brother would go into like the kids section or if they had toys, whatever, trying to find a book, looking at stuff. And then when we get bored, we come back downstairs, sit by my dad, wait by the magazines, and they're like, "You're ready to go? Let's go." And they had racks for comic books. And for years, I ignored those racks. And then one day, on the rack was X-Men comics, X-Man comics, I should say.
Only a
It
single man?
only a single man. The X-Men comics are about a guy named Nate Gray who's in a different dimension, and he's like, if I remember correctly, he's in this other world. He's the child of Cable and Jean Grey, so he's got
Okay.
like crazy powers and all this kind of stuff. And I
Wait.
picked up.
I thought Cable was the. Wait, what? Say that again.
Oh
I
no,
thought
I know.
Cable was Jean Grey's son.
I know. I
Okay.
know. But this is like another, if I remember correctly, this is what the story was. Um, and he was sort of like a fugitive and he was with some girl and blah 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 blah. And I picked up one of the comics and then my mom was like, "No, I specifically said X-Man comic. Come on." Because it autocorrects to X-Men. I'm like, "No, that's not what I'm looking for. Thank you." Yeah,
Are
Nate
you sure?
Nate Gray. Let's see. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, no. So he's an alt. Sorry, I got mixed up. He's an alternate version of Cable in a
Okay.
different dimension. So he is the son of Scott Summers and Jean Grey, but he was genetically tampered with by Mr. Sinister.
Right.
Okay, so that's the story. And I think the comic was like issue like 13 and 14. And it's done by what's that guy from the 90s who did the really like crazy disproportionate superhero
Rob
drawings?
Liefeld.
There you go. I knew you'd have the answer to this question. Um
On
uh
the tip of my tongue.
I think
He
it's
was
issue.
referenced in the new Deadpool Wolverine movie.
He was.
They
Yes, he
they
was.
crash into a store that's called Liefeld's Just Feet.
That's what that joke was.
Yeah,
Okay.
because he can't draw
Yes.
feet.
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking at the picture and I'm looking at the picture of the comic book right now, and I'm like, this is where did it go?
Rob Liefeld, I think, is also responsible for that picture of Captain America where his chest is like wider than a boat.
Yes. I know exactly which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm like, it looks like
Um,
a butterball turkey with a head on it.
I want a picture of this comic book, you guys. Why can't I get an image of this comic book? Sorry, give me a second.
Which one are you looking for?
X-Man number
Oh,
13.
you think it was a Rob Liefeld too?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to look up. But every time I type anything in, X-Men comics come up. Then I scroll down, I find X-Men, click on it, and go to the images, and then it still takes me back to X-Men,
Hmm.
like comic book issues. And I'm like, no, 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 no. I clicked on the one that I want. I want more information on this one. And it's not letting me do it.
I think I bought after 2000 when the X-Men movie came out.
Hmm.
I think I bought an adjectiveless X-Men comic,
Yeah.
like it like Archambault, which is a Quebecois like music world basically. Um, and I read it and was just like, "What is this?" I like just didn't understand what was going on. I think it was like, I think in the comic book that I picked up, Wolverine and Rogue were like fighting in the like simulation room, like the what's that? What's the
The
simulation room?
Danger Room?
The Danger Room,
Yeah.
not the holodeck.
No.
The
Wrong show. Yes.
yeah, the Danger Room. And they were like fighting, and whoever won got to be the leader of the X-Men. And I'm like, what is this? Like, why did, like, why is this a book? I don't
What?
understand.
Okay, so I found the information. So it says the penciler was actually Luke Ross,
Okay,
and the inker was Rob Hunter, and the colorist was Mike Thomas.
okay. I don't know any of those guys. But they probably, I mean, like everything in the '90s looked like Rob Liefeld, so I totally I wouldn't be surprised
Well,
getting
that's the thing. All of it had just that, like, first of all, everybody looked inappropriately sized in every way.
no.
And then it's just this like over saturated color palette on everything, you know?
Yeah. No, it was super. I've never gotten into '90s comics. I've definitely tried. I've tried to read other X-Men, and I've read some that were like good, like, but like I cannot get into it. Like it looks so much.
But I also like actually one thing I always used to find interesting about them is that so the cover would look a certain way, but you'd open the book and half the time the art inside the book looked completely different than the cover.
That is true. Yep.
So I think that's the thing that got me over it. There was like I was like, I will buy you, but I know the inside's gonna look different, so it's fine.
Yeah. No, there's like old comic books also look real cheap. Like those
Yeah.
backgrounds are just solid colors.
They're always solid
Like,
color. Or
yeah.
they're like slightly watercolored, kind of
Yeah.
like fading into different things, you
Ooh,
know?
la di da. Someone's like, that one's. It's like, what are you reading? Arkham Asylum on that one? Come on. It's a classy sounding book. I'm talking about, no, it's yellow. And in the next frame, blue.
There you go. But that's how you know the emotions of stuff that's happening, or if it's
Yeah.
like daytime or nighttime, you know? They match Archie comics at this point. It's okay. It's okay. But yes, my first comics were X-Men number 13 and 14.
Cool.
And from that point on, I was just sucked in. But
Right.
luckily, that was right at the time where they did. So the Onslaught saga was starting, where a bunch of the X-Men got killed, and you found it. It was like, um, a, uh, it was sort of like Fight Club, but except it was Xavier's brain, and like at certain points, like this entity would come out, which was Onslaught, and he would just like murder people and shit. It was
Okay.
kind of great. And then they did the Amalgam series, if you remember what the Amalgam series was, where DC and Marvel came together and their superheroes were like fighting each other. It was like, who's gonna win? And then nothing happened at the end of it, except they came up with a new series called Amalgam, where they amalgamated um Marvel and DC characters. Like they'd have Bruce Wayne, Agent of Shield, you know, it was shit like that. Or
Yeah,
Dark
no, that
Claw.
sounds insane.
It was like Dark Claw, so it was like Batman and Wolverine put together.
Yeah,
that kind
no,
of
the
thing.
90s are insane.
They were
Uh,
nuts. They were nuts. But there was good stuff out there. Like it was like
yeah.
crazy ass stories.
So was X-Men sort of like your go-tos then? Are those is that your favorite like mode?
Uh the one I got obsessed with, I know people are gonna be like lame, because now he's very popular, but the one I got into a lot was Deadpool at the time.
Okay,
That's the one I really got into.
that's fun. I
But
mean,
I did,
that's a very postmodern-y one though. Like that's very
yes.
much like breaking the fourth wall and doing all kinds of
All the
crazy.
time. And
Yeah.
this was right when so like the thing is Deadpool was introduced as a Weapon X character. So he was very serious at first, murdering people, all this kind of stuff. But I got into it just after they started the series where he was breaking the fourth wall, he was comedy and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's where I got into it and I really enjoyed them. And I think the reason why I enjoyed them is because all of the other stuff was so serious. I was just like, oh my God, I can laugh at this one.
Right.
This was great.
So, so,
Um,
so you didn't get into it through X-Men Wolverine Origins?
I did not because that came out after.
Okay.
That came out after.
But that is the
Yes.
ultimate Deadpool, right? Like that is the one that we all think of.
Yeah. Which made me so angry when that movie came out because people were just like, "You like Deadpool? That character sucked. I saw this movie of the weekend and blah, blah," and I was just like, "That's not fucking Deadpool. What the shit are you talking about? Get away from me!" It made me so angry. It's like, you guys are wrong. You're lying to me. But yeah, no, like when the I will begrudgingly say the Ryan Reynolds Deadpool movies are a proper interpretation and representation of what the character is, and that's what I really liked about it. So
I think they're
yes.
fine. I mean, they're what those movies are what they are trying to be.
Yes, yes. But the problem is too is like, and this is the problem that like I don't know how good the first Suicide Squad movie was gonna be without their reshoots and their edits and stuff. But that movie was supposed to come out just after the first Deadpool movie, and like the makers of Suicide Squad was like, "Oh shit, we have to make it funny like this one." And then everything since then has tried to be a Deadpool movie, and I'm like, "No. You don't just because something is successful doesn't mean everything has to be the same to be successful."
I mean that, and that's sort of where we're at, I think, in like the modern era of superhero movies to kind of get back into you know, the our timeline here.
Yes.
So like we had that kind of experimental phase in the early 2000s.
Hmm.
And then it sort of became what you're talking about now, where everyone's sort of chasing the dragon of the success of, a franchise thing. So like
Well,
everyone sort of tried to do the same thing.
Well, that's the thing. Like, okay, so I am clearly very into the MCU, if you've noticed. I don't know.
Clearly.
Clearly. I'm very into the MCU. I like many, most of the MCU movies. I cannot say anything for that last third round of movies that they put out, like Quantumania, Ant-Man, Quantumanium, and Guardians of the Galaxy 3 and Thor Love and Thunder absolute garbage. Like just full out garbage. Like I sat there wondering, I'm like, what happened? Like you just I don't what happened is all it makes me think, right? And if you look back at the start of the MCU, if you go back to Iron Man, a lot of people now are writing articles and complaining like, Tony Stark is a problematic character. This wasn't a good movie. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, he's supposed to be a problematic character. That's where he's supposed to be. Love it. Love it. I love that you have these. I actually, okay, full disclosure, I do not own any MCU movies.
I think that's the only one I have. I think I
Is that
only
the
have
only one you
Iron
have?
Man.
I
Yeah.
own none of them. Well, does the Tobey Maguire ones count now because he showed up in
No,
No Way
those are
Home? No?
Sony. Those are Sony
It's
things.
completely different? Okay,
Yeah,
then that's
I
fine.
mean, to me, I mean, this is a very, this is, I think this is where we're getting into problematic nerdy territory,
Sure, sure.
where
Yes.
it's like, wait, in canon, does it count that he, like, where we're like mixing like film universes together? Like, it's like, nobody cares.
Where
Like,
does
nobody,
who's
like, the fact that he was in the new one is funny,
is fun.
right? Like,
Yes.
it's,
Yes. Yes. I'm like, oh, they just brought you back? Oh, okay.
yeah, that's
Sure.
funny.
That's
That's
fine.
funny that you're there. I remember you from when I was a kid.
Yeah. Um, but like the MCU movies, like they methodically worked from point A to point B to point C to tell their stories. Like they worked, like each one of those movies worked like a comic book,
Yeah.
right? They're like like it really seemed clear to me that the people making the movies, like A, they loved comic book movies, but B, they're like, this is a last-ditch effort. We've sold lots of comic books over the years. Why don't we follow how we've put out comic books for so long, right? We start out with an origin book, then we introduce characters and expand from the world there, and then some point later on, all those people come together, and then we have like a big event. They still do this in comic books, right? Every year there's one or two events every year within each of the worlds where a bunch of characters come together and they do like a thing and
Hmm.
then they split up again. They still do it that way. And the MCU, they took their time, did it, and it really, really worked. Then DC comes along, and it makes me feel bad. I don't like shitting on DC movies. They just happen to be bad. I love Superman. I love Batman. I have a shit ton of Superman and Batman comics. Don't get me wrong. I love the characters and everything. But and I even like the most of the movies that came out before this. The Christopher Nolan movies were good. I didn't like the third one, but the other two were great. Exactly.
All three of them.
All three of them. I didn't even bother buying the third one. I kept the first two and I was like,
I
I'm
think I
done.
got it for
I'm
cheap.
yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. If I saw it in a bin, I'd probably pick it up and, add it to my shelf. That's
Yeah.
fine. I really love I know. I mean, I love the Tim Burton ones. I put up with the other two Batman movies from the late 80s, early 90s. Fine.
Hmm.
Love the TV shows, love everything. But the DC movies they just tried so hard to be this thing. And like we said, they didn't understand the characters or the motivations of the characters, you know? And you're just like, what? It was just disappointing, you know? It's like it's like you're a dad and your kid comes home drunk and you're just like, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. And that's how it makes me feel. That's how it makes me feel.
I mean, to kind of go back to the point that you made, that your friend made about Tony Stark being a problematic character, you were 100, she's 100% right. He or she, I
Yeah.
don't remember. But like, yeah, no, but that's what makes him an interesting character.
And how
You
he
know,
evolves
like,
through the stories.
yeah, that he's not great and
Hmm.
he's an asshole and a war criminal and a drunk. Like,
Yeah.
it's like he's not a good dude. And if you think about who Bruce Wayne is if he was a real person, he also would not be great. Like he is going around beating up poor people all night. Like
Yeah.
because and he does it because he's mad. Like he doesn't really do it to save people. He's doing it because he's angry
Hmm.
at the world. And I think that like one of the either the DC world either goes too much like this guy's an unredeemable piece of garbage, or this person is a god that we need to worship. Like it's
Yeah.
going either way. Like it's just very extreme
Hmm.
in that. And I find like I actually found Batman in those movies to be kind of gross, like
Yeah.
upsetting. Like it went too far into the bad guy part of it, and it was just like he's kind of just like a bad guy. He was like branding people and sending them to jail to be murdered. Like that was like an insane thing that happened in those movies.
Yeah, I know, I agree. I absolutely agree with you. And this goes back to my I don't think they understand who the character is actually supposed to be,
Yeah,
right? It's yes, he's mad and yes, he beats up people, but he doesn't he doesn't he beats them up to quote unquote get revenge, but
yeah,
it's not like he's a malicious individual. Like he doesn't want them to die and he wants them to face justice. He doesn't want to murder anybody. He doesn't
yeah.
want to, you know, uh place his own judgment upon them. But if he catches them in a criminal situation, he's going to stop them any way he can
Yeah.
and then send them to the police and go through the system. That's
Yeah.
how it's supposed to be. But the
Yeah.
fact that he's there setting judgment, branding people, and expecting them to be murdered in jail, that goes completely against the character and
Yeah.
what he's supposed to stand for. And this is one of the other things that makes me mad about the movies is that I'm like, you clearly have completely misread what this character is supposed to be. But even if he's like it's supposed to be like a dark story, that doesn't mean he has to murder or he
Yeah.
doesn't have to maim or he doesn't have to be just this like loathed individual. He
Right.
can still lurk in dark corners and stop people, but later on he's having dinner at a really long table with a hot chick. Like it's allowed.
Yeah, I mean, like I think I oversimplified what I was doing before, but like, I mean, when you watch the Christopher Nolan ones, like Bruce Wayne is an interesting character in those movies. Like he is a flawed person,
Mhm.
and but he also like has ideas of things, the way that things are supposed to be and how he's supposed to do it. He is still very angry, and is definitely doing this to like get that out, or get revenge on the world that he feels has wronged him, which problematic to other things later on. But yeah, no, he also like is the world's greatest detective, but like in the DC movies, he's not really that much of a detective. I think the most
No.
detective stuff he does in the Snyderverse is he opens up a flash drive.
Yeah. Yes, he does. Yes, he
Yeah.
does.
So like, and like I think he also like put all of the superhero emblems on all the folders inside the flash drive? Wasn't that like a thing?
Yes,
Wasn't it
he
like a
put
Wonder Woman symbol
on her file.
on
Yes.
her
Yes, there
file?
was.
That's so
Hmm.
silly.
Yeah, it
Um
was ridiculous. And also for no reason in that movie, you had the Flash jump through and a portal and tell him something and disappear. And I'm like, look, I know you're trying to fast pace your MCU type storytelling, but this is not how it works. This is
yeah.
not how it works.
I thought it was weird the way that the Flash ended it with, by the way, that girl is not at my house. Don't look in my house. She's there on her own accord.
Mm. Oh God. Yes. Woo.
Ezra Miller
Woo.
isn't good. Let's remember that.
No, he is
They're not
not.
very good.
And I did not pay to see the Flash movie. I was paid to watch the Flash movie, which
You
is
were paid to watch it? Oh, yeah, okay, I
it was
see.
part of my job. It's
Yeah,
part of my
okay.
job. So technically I was
I
paid
paid
to
to see
watch it.
it.
I'm gonna go with that.
I paid currency.
You paid currency. Okay.
However, you know what? You know what was worth the currency?
What?
Nicolas Cage as Superman fighting a giant spider.
Oh my
That
God.
was that just that I didn't know that was coming
Mm-hmm.
and that it happened, and that was worth my like $17 or whatever it cost me to go see a movie now.
I was just flat
Because
out
that
offended.
is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I can't believe that I saw that on the screen.
Well, they had to touch on the Darren Aronofsky vision of what Superman was gonna be. So
No, that's the Kevin. Oh, that's Tim Burton directing a Kevin Smith script.
no, the
That's
no
the
that
Nicolas Cage Superman.
wasn't that the one that Darren Aronofsky was supposed to direct? Isn't that what that was
Uh,
from?
no, no, that's the Kevin Smith one. That's why he's fighting a giant spider. Do you know that Kevin Smith story? Like, have you like?
No,
Sorry,
I
I used to fall asleep watching An Evening with Kevin Smith, so I know
okay,
all of his stories very well.
okay,
Or from that special, where
yeah.
he like meeting with this kooky with the producer guy that used to be Barbara Streisand's hairdresser. I can't remember his name.
That's fine.
He was the one that was he was also played by Bradley Cooper in Licorice Pizza.
Okay, I tried to watch Licorice Pizza. I couldn't make it through that movie.
No, I didn't enjoy it either, but that guy that Kevin Smith is telling a story about is in that movie being portrayed by um Bradley
Bradley
Cooper.
Cooper.
Anyway,
Okay,
So
Yeah.
this kooky director dude has like he makes Kevin Smith write an outline, and he has Kevin Smith over to read the outline to him while he like projects a screen in his mind's eye of to what the movie would be. Um, and his directions to Kevin Smith was, I don't want to see him in the suit. I don't want to see him fly. And then the third act, he has to fight a giant spider.
What
Yeah. So
was
that
this
was
after Wild Wild West came out? Like
it
what?
was okay. So the ending of that story is the next summer he saw the producer's next movie and it was Wild Wild West.
Oh my God.
However,
Okay.
sitting watching this dog shit Flash movie, and there's long hair Superman Lives style Nicolas Cage fighting a giant spider. It took me by surprise and it made me laugh so hard because like that's because it they had to have listened to this Kevin Smith story. They
Yeah.
had to have just been like he finds a giant spider because this kooky producer wanted him to do it.
Yeah. No, that is absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know, for some reason in my brain, I thought it was a reference to the Darren Aronofsky one.
I
And I
don't know
don't
the
know
story of the
why.
Darren Aronofsky Superman project. Who
Because
gets their arm cut off in that one?
that's a good question. Because isn't because you know how there's like footage of Nick Cage in a Superman
Yeah.
outfit?
hmm
I thought
With
that was
like
a
all the tubes and stuff on it,
yeah,
right?
but I thought that was a screen test for the Darren Aronofsky version. And so that's why I thought that was references to that because
Right.
the Superman outfit that he's in is the same one that he is in that test footage.
No, that's for Tim Burton for
That
the Kevin Smith one.
that was Tim and okay.
Yeah.
I was way off. Okay. So that puts a different layer on that
Yeah.
shot. Okay, got it. Nice.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, that one scene in the Flash movie is crazy. That movie sucks. Like that movie's
It's
just
yes.
terrible. And yeah, anyway.
It's
It's funny that it killed the DC universe, which already sucked. Like
yeah.
it was a bad movie that killed a bad universe.
Well, I
It
mean,
was so
like
bad that they're like, hey guys, remember when George Clooney played Batman? And
yeah.
nobody liked it? Well, here he is again.
Yeah, he killed the Batman universe.
Yeah.
Um, but like it's things like so the first Woman movie, people fucking lost their mind about how good it was. To be honest, it's not a bad movie, but it's also like it's a mediocre movie. But at the time, with the DC movies that were available, it was Oscar worthy compared to the rest of the stuff. So I get it. I understand why people liked it. And
Is
then
that
you
how you
have
make a movie good now? Is you just make a bunch of garbage first and make everyone eat that? And then you're just like, well, here's one that's okay. And they're
yes,
like, this is incredible.
yes,
Give this man an Oscar. He
yes.
made pure cinema.
I think that's exactly how it's working right
That
now. Just an
sucks.
FYI. But then after that, they put out Wonder Woman 1984, which is one of the most nonsensical pieces of bullshit I have seen in a really, really long time.
Yeah, I didn't even see that one.
Like, you really don't have to. Like, I cannot look. Let me sum it up in a scene in this movie. Wonder Woman goes and finds this gold magical suit with wings to cover herself head to toe for big battle against a cat lady.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Mm.
on board just by this description.
Are
Maybe not
you?
for the reasons that the movie wants me to be.
Okay. Yes.
But
It's
you know, Gold Wonder Woman finding Cat Lady, maybe that's a fan fiction I wrote once.
no, all that like seriously, she puts it's a full suit of armor and it's got wings. She can fly without this thing.
That's true. Yeah, why does
Right?
she have
But she
wings?
puts this on with wings, and she tells the origin of the suit was when there was like a one of the warriors was trying to like stop some sort of war, and each one of the Amazons gave her a piece of their suit, so they put together this magical so they could hold these people off so like they can escape to Themyscira or something. And they're just like, oh, this is like a powerful weapon. She puts it on, flies to this island where the cat lady is. As soon as she lands, throws off the wings.
But
Then she fights a cat lady and is like, "Well, I'm done with this,"
yeah.
and gets rid of it. And you're just like, "What? To stop a guy who's obsessed with wishes? Okay."
Mhm.
And you molested some poor man because you wished for your dead lover to come back, so his soul took over this man's body,
Oh my
and
God,
you
that's what happens in the
go,
movie.
yes, yes, this
Now,
is what
how
happens.
on a scale of 1 to 10, how much bondage was in it?
A lot less than you'd imagine.
I
But
mean, if we're doing a real adaptation of what the author intended, gonna need a lot more bondage.
yeah, but that's why they made that like making of Wonder Woman movie, whatever it was called.
Oh, the
Um,
yeah, yeah, yeah. He also has two wives, right?
yes,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it was like a
What a
throuple
weird dude.
situation. Yeah. But he also invented the lie detector, so there's that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
It's through bondage.
It's through bondage. You tie people up and they tell you the truth.
It's
It's
interesting
how
how
it
that
works.
worked. I saw
Yeah.
Zero Dark 30. That's basically what happened.
I have never seen Zero Dark 30. It's
It's
horrible.
fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of American propaganda, but
Well, yeah, all those war movies are. I get
yeah,
it.
I mean, it doesn't
Yeah.
make them look great, but it is a little bit like maybe you should make them look a little bit worse.
Yeah. You know. Um, but again, I love the MCU movies
Yeah,
relatively. I like the story that they ended up coming up with. Are they all perfect? No. I think the best movie in all of the MCU is Captain America Winter Soldier, which is relatively early on in the storyline. I get
that's
it.
that's the Cold War spy thriller one, right? That's the one with Robert Redford.
Yes.
Yeah, that one's great. I saw
Yes.
that one twice. It's awesome.
It's excellent. It hits all the beats, it hits all the right notes. It takes it seriously without taking itself too seriously. There's really good action sequences and fight scenes, and you're like, oh, there's a legit purpose to everything everybody is doing.
Yeah.
This is crazy and this is good. I like
Well,
it.
the early I mean, yeah, no, you're 100%. I agree. This is a lot of agreeing on this podcast. I think this is the most we've agreed on things. We have very similar opinions on superhero movies. It's funny.
Apparently, yeah.
Um, I think the like first half of the MCU, the kind of brilliance of it to me was that they were making superhero movies, but they were doing it in a genre outside of it. So like Captain America Winter Soldier is very much like the Ipcress Files or 3 Days of the Condor. Like it's very much like referencing kind of other movies that are sort of that aren't superhero movies. Like
Yes.
it's referencing spy thrillers. The first Captain America was like very much a World War II movie
Hmm.
with like lots of references to like movies of that ilk. I can't
Yeah.
think of any off the top of my head now. Iron Man is sort of a superhero movie just on its own. But Thor is very fish out of water, sort of has this weird kind of Shakespearean vibe to it.
That's because of Kenneth Branagh. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of has this like grandiosity to it.
Hmm.
It's and very, but also like has these comedy elements too. It's very kind of silly in parts and the juxtaposition of that. Um, and like Guardians of the Galaxy is very slapsticky and sort of like they got James Gunn who makes these kind of off the wall wonky things.
Yeah, it's very it like like the main character, Star-Lord, um, he he makes a lot of references, and it feels like an 80s adventure movie, right?
Yeah,
Like, because the main character is stuck in that 80s time period. He's stuck in, for lack of a better term, Arrested Development from
yeah,
when he left Earth. Like, that is his only reference to his past, and he's never really gotten out of that. And the movie and the tone of the movie and the overall feel of the movie matches his mental state or where he is in his
right.
life. Yeah.
Yeah. And like and the Spider-Man movies are very like the first one especially is very much like a John Hughes kind of like high school comedy movie with but like each one of them approaches the movie as a movie first that has superheroes in it.
Correct.
And
Yes.
I
And I
and
think
I
that's what makes them work. Yeah.
right. But I think that they like the DCU didn't really do that, I don't think. I think it was just like we're gonna make superhero movies that everyone loves.
Hmm.
And it's gonna have a bunch of CG in it.
Yeah.
Uh
Yeah.
it's like it doesn't feel like it feels like it's an adaptation of the material.
Yeah.
Period.
Like
Like
I
it's
think,
nothing beyond that.
yeah, I think, like you said, I think the MCU made a movie that happened to have superheroes, but the DC made superheroes, and they're just like, we should build something around this somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it it clearly like I know creative processes for each person is different, and to wrap your mind around how to create something is hard. It's a hard process. I get that. But all the decisions that not all, most of the decisions DC made were incorrect. We'll put them say
Yeah.
incorrect to be polite. Yes. It
I
just
think
this just
it
wasn't working.
yeah, I mean it's hard for me to say. It's obviously just my opinion of
Hmm.
things. I've always been more of a Marvel person than a DC person anyway.
Hmm.
Um, However, I will say I think that the highs of DC things are higher than Marvel things, but the lows are much, much lower on DC things than on Marvel things. So like I feel like Marvel sort of maintains its own kind of thing,
Yeah.
where it's like pretty high quality most of the time. The last few years, maybe notwithstanding.
Hmm. Correct.
But the best superhero movie, at least of the modern era, would be The Dark Knight. Like that's a Batman movie.
I'd say Logan, but all right.
I mean, sure, I'm okay. I think those are also I would say very similar in what they're doing as well. Like those are very,
Yes.
very serious, very dour things. Where Dark Knight is trying to be heat, and Logan is trying to be Unforgiven. Would you call it?
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
I think that those are two sides of the same coin if we're arguing it. But
Okay.
I think that like the best superhero movie would be like the Christopher Nolan ones.
Hmm.
But overall, Marvel has been doing a lot better.
I think my problem, like, don't get me wrong, I like the Christopher Nolan Batman movies. I get it. But his like the whole thing about superheroes and superhero movies is that they're fantasy on purpose, right? They're not supposed to be too real or too grounded, right? And his wanting to make it part of the real world in like this very serious way. And I know this kind of juxtaposes my thing about Logan, but Logan is clearly still in like a fantasy world. Like they're
Yeah.
making clones and, you know, all of this kind of, they're following comic books to like a thing and whatever. I get it, right? But like the Christopher Nolans are like, no, no, no. Imagine it's the real world and there's like a real Joker. He's not like he's a maniac, but he like robs the bank for money. Like it's yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, he burns the money at the end, but he still robs a bank at the beginning. He does basic things. And it's just he just takes it too seriously. Like
Yeah.
too seriously, if you know what I
Okay.
mean.
I see.
Yeah.
I mean, I would also say though that I think without Batman Begins, we wouldn't have the Marvel universe as we have it. I think that Batman Begins showed that we could do that. Like we could
Mm-hmm.
take this seriously and put it in the real world. Not like Batman and Robin, where it's just like this is so far away from the real world that I can't even get a grip on where we're at right now.
Yes, correct. Yeah. But I
And
also
like it could
I
be an overcorrection. You could be
yeah.
right. But I
I
also think
yeah.
that Iron Man is very close to what if we had a real world superhero.
Yeah, but like if you pay attention to Iron Man, the way he builds his suit and the way his suit works is all fiction. Like it's
Yeah,
there's nothing about it. Like Obadiah Stane's version of the Iron Man suit. If Iron Man was in that suit, it would make more sense than the suit Iron Man comes up with, you
Hmm.
know? And you'd be like, oh no, this isn't the real world. He's using like real rocket technology, and with all the parts, the thing has to go in this way, blah, blah, blah. So he would be gigantic. There's no way he could
Right.
put like a slim fitting, sexy little outfit together to fly around the world and have all his weapons. It wouldn't make any sense. And I think that's the thing that sort of um makes it hit the comic book level rather
Yeah.
than the we're using real physics and real technology and real this, and to
Yeah.
show how it really works in the real world kind of thing.
Yeah, but I feel like he is put like he if you take out if you take out Tony Stark and the Tony Stark Industries, I feel like
Okay.
the rest of the world around it is the normal world.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
Yes.
that's what I mean. Is like I feel
Okay.
like we're taking the fiction part, putting it in the real world versus like we're gonna make a crazy comic book world that has all these crazy characters in it.
Yeah. Which I don't like. I don't mind when movies do that,
Yeah.
but if you don't actually take the crazy world that you're creating seriously, if you know what I mean. Like it doesn't work. Right. And I
Yeah.
think that's the problem with those Jerry Bruckheimer, right? That does all that? No.
He's the producer on. Oh wait. Oh, who directed those? Schumacher. Joel
Schumacher,
Schumacher.
Joel Schumacher. Yeah, the problem with the Joel Schumacher ones is that like they create the world, but then they don't follow the rules of the world that they create.
Yeah.
And so the world just doesn't make any sense. So as you're watching the movies, you're just like, wait, how can he do that when this is what? And this is what happened with like one of my biggest things is in Ant-Man Quantumanium. And one of the reasons that makes it such a bad movie is that it stops following its own rules that it set previously within the universe, right? Like the whole thing is they go to the quantum verse, and we know from the first movie if he tries to if he gets the thing and enlarges from the quantum verse, he can get out of it. But in Quantumanium, he goes in there, he's in his Ant-Man suit, but gets giant in the universe they're in, and you're like, that doesn't make any sense. Like it's shit like that was just like I'm like, but you set up all these rules already you're breaking all of your own rules. This story doesn't work. It's broken.
Right. Okay.
And that's one of the things that makes me hate that movie so much is
Okay.
that you spent not just so you spent X-Man, sorry, Ant-Man, Ant-Man and the Wasp, and then the two the two Avengers movies, Endgame and Infinity War, setting up how Ant-Man and his costume works and how everything is supposed to function as Ant-Man with how he gets big and small and what the
Yeah.
technology he uses and all that kind of stuff. And then you come back after all of this and he technically saves the galaxy, and breaks all of that in this movie. And I'm just like, then why did you do all this work? What was the point
Yeah.
of doing all that work before?
Yeah, no, I think that Marvel's sort of lost that real world aspect in the last like few years. It feels like it's iterating on its own thing rather than
Mhm.
coming up with something from the outside and making
But
it.
I don't understand. But the TV shows work though. Like the Loki TV show, especially season two, they are definitely reiterating their own shit that they've already made.
Yeah.
But it works well,
Hmm.
right? Then you have like WandaVision, where you're just like, she literally makes up her own world and it
Well,
works.
I mean that one's very pastiche though because they have a structure of them kind of referencing other TV shows.
Well, that's true. Okay,
Right.
so
So like
not so not that
that
one.
one is doing its own like this one's the I Love Lucy one, this one's the Brady Bunch one, and this
Hmm.
one's the,
Yeah.
there's a Modern Family one too, right?
Yeah.
Um yeah, so that one sort of does its that one's taking genres from other things and mashing them together like they used to.
Like they
Uh,
used to. Okay, so I'll
yeah.
give you that one.
Yeah.
But what about like Miss Marvel, right?
Hmm.
Referencing the show references a character that was just introduced like a movie, two movies before that came out.
I mean,
And
that's kind of
so,
doing a similar teen thing that Spider-Man's doing. That one's very fun
mhm,
and colorful.
it is very fun and colorful. Yeah,
But
she
it
makes
also
her own web
like
videos.
I
Yeah,
think it's referencing a lot of. It's also kind of doing a lot of that one's a very cultural specific one. I think that's what they've been doing with the shows. That's kind of interesting. They've sort of showcased other ethnicity ugh, ethnicities in different cultures.
yeah.
So like they do a lot of like stuff in Egypt for Moon Knight.
Which was
Uh,
I people were are bitching about it, but I
I
loved it.
liked
I
Moon
thought it was
Knight.
great.
Moon Knight was
But
fun.
also, I had never read a single Moon Knight comic book, so I can't make a comparison. But I love what
I've
the show
probably
did.
read a single one.
Mm.
I can't remember much about it, but I mean that was it was that one's just sort of like I don't know I can't remember the kind of structure that one has. That one's sort of doing like a little bit of like what Legion did, where it's just like I don't know what's real and what's not real anymore.
Yeah. Well,
So it's sort of referencing those kind of like mind bendy stuff.
yeah. The thing about Legion is that I never finished watching Legion, and I'm up to this day. I am like I need to finish watching it, but also I don't think I have the mental capacity to finish watching it because a good thing about the show is that it's about a person who's had a mental break and his world isn't really real, right? And they never break from his view of things. So when you're watching the show, you take a lot of trying to figure out what is happening. And you spend from what I watched a season and a half, and I spent the whole time trying to figure out what's happening. And I think I understood what was happening, but I'm not sure. And I was like, it's a good way of storytelling, but it makes your audience really work for it, which can be tiring, like I'm saying.
Yeah, the show was. I mean, it's a cool show, but it is exhausting.
It's exhausting.
Yep.
It's exhausting to watch, right? And there's very little exposition that is direct exposition.
Hmm.
Like it's exposition that it's a riddle now when you hear it, but 6 episodes down the line, they'll sort of fix that riddle. And if you remember what it was 6 episodes before, you'll get it all of a sudden. And you're like,
Yeah.
oh, okay. Um, and I don't know where I was going with this, but all I'm saying is that Legion was a good show.
Yeah.
I just think, like you said, they're exploring different ways of telling the stories, and I like those different ways of them telling the stories.
Yeah. That show also has really cool like art direction because it does all
Yes.
kinds of like because it does like really weird stuff that changes constantly. Like it's
Mhm.
like it moves. I don't know. I'm very impressed by that show.
Yes.
It's I feel like people are trying. Like
Like,
people
did
that
you
know how to make TV shows and know how to make movies are trying
right?
something new with the material that they have.
Like, did you
Um,
watch Doom Patrol?
I did not watch Doom Patrol, no.
That show is it's hard to watch because it's heavy, not because of its content, but also they do some wild things, both visually and
Okay.
storytelling wise that are just they're fantastic. Like it's really fantastic. But it is a lot of like very heavy it's very anti-hero heavy dark content, but you will get some
Okay.
very good belly laughs out of it, but also at certain points you're just like my emotions. Like
Is that
it's
another Grant Morrison thing? Was he the Doom Patrol guy?
well it's a I know it's a DC property.
Yeah.
Um
I can't remember. He did because I read when I first got into comic books, they were doing what was the big DC arc at the time? Final Crisis,
okay, yeah, probably.
maybe?
Or
And
Infinite
Grant
Crisis.
No, it wasn't Infinite Crisis. That was in the 80s. This was like one of the other crises that they have. They constantly have crises.
They have a
Um,
crisis every 2 years, yeah.
yeah. No, I think it was Final something. I think it was Final Crisis. And Grant Morrison wrote it. And if you've read Grant Morrison, which it sounds like you've read at least some of his stuff,
Hmm.
he doesn't really shy away from density and
Okay.
referencing previous things that he's done. So he brought in all these characters. I'm like, I have no idea what these are. And I
Hmm.
think that they were Doom Patrol people, but
Hmm.
I don't remember.
So Doom Patrol was created by Arnold Drake, Bob Haney, and Bruno. Premiani.
Right.
And so on the show, they had they did not have all of these people on the show, or did they? Well, yeah, Danny the Street. It's literally a street. I don't know how to explain it other than that it's a street, and you have to watch the show to understand that. Negative Man, Robot Man, Elastigirl. Robot Man was played by Brendan Fraser, which he did a great job with. Um, Beast Boy. Beast Boy. I did not watch to the end. I missed the whole last
Okay.
season, but I don't think Beast Boy shows up. Um,
I think
Crazy
Morrison did a
Jane.
long run on Doom Patrol.
He did a run of it.
He
Yeah.
did a long run. Like there's like an omnibus of Grant Morrison on Doom
Sorry.
Patrol.
So I'm
Sorry.
reading off the comic book. Let me see what who's the actual characters in the TV show.
But
Let's
Beast
see.
Boy showed up. I'm assuming that's the same Beast Boy from Teen Titans.
Yes. Well, because in the TV show, Cyborg is also in it.
Right.
Um, but I do not think Beast Boy shows up in. The funny thing is, if you watch Teen Titans Go, there is a half of a season where Beast Boy goes home to the Doom Patrol, which I was
Yes,
like
I
fascinated by. I
remember
was
that.
like, what is happening? Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna tell you a story about Teen Titans Go. I recently went on a trip
Okay.
to Quebec. I went in the fall, like in November. And I went to Montreal for a couple of days, and then I went to my hometown of Quebec City, which I hadn't been to in about 20 years.
What?
So that was
Hmm.
a crazy experience. I ate poutine. I was very happy. And while I was there, while I was like sitting in the hotel room in Montreal, and we were both like kind of tired, and I was like, "Oh, hey, Teen Titans Go is on." And then it turned out that they were showing all of the episodes up to lead up to the 500th episode. So it was just
Okay.
like it was just on for 12 hours a day, every day.
That's wonderful. Yeah, okay.
And so I think I watched probably 3 hours a day of Teen Titans Go while I was on vacation.
That's a lot of Teen Titans Go.
It's it made me laugh so much.
It's really good.
The I one of my that same friend that I was talking about before, we saw the Teen Titans Go movie
Teen Titans
together.
Go to the movies?
That's
Yes.
the one.
Yes. Great
We
movie.
saw that
Great.
without really I hadn't seen like a ton of the show before that, and he I don't think he had seen any of it. And there's that song sequence where Michael Bolton sings as the tiger.
Yes. Yeah.
And there at the end of that scene, they accidentally hit the tiger with the car.
Mhm.
And then Cyborg goes, I think his dad's a cop. Let's go. And we both laughed at, I think his dad's a cop so hard. I think I missed the next like 10 minutes of the movie because I was still laughing at, I think his dad's a cop. I
The movie's only like an hour and 15 minutes, so you missed a lot.
missed a good chunk of the movie laughing at them being afraid that the guy that they hit, his relative, is a cop.
There, my favorite thing from Teen Titans. So there's two things that I love about Teen. So there's a series of episodes where it's like Batman and Commissioner Gordon are doing something and they put on the TV and it's like they're changing channels and like each channel has like a different thing and it's like a skit that involves the Teen Titans. Fucking hilarious. I love those episodes. Those episodes are great. But there's also, now I have to look this up. Hold on. There is a four-part musical 80s montage
Yep.
thing um where how can I describe this? Where there's a magical song that they have to sing and takes them to another dimension and they turn into like pseudo anime 80s like
Like if heavy metal like the heavy metal cartoon movie
yes.
versions of themselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is exactly what it is.
Like
Um
if Teen Titans was airbrushed on the side of a van.
yes. Yeah. Did you see those?
Yeah, I know. I saw all of the episodes.
You said you watched 3 hours each day. There was 12 hours
I
a
may have
day.
been
I don't
underestimating
know.
how many hours I watched per day while I was on vacation.
Okay.
While I
So
was paying to be in the room that I was in.
So, okay. So the four parts, this is the title. There's part one, two, three, and four. It's called The Day the Night Stopped Beginning to Shine and Became Dark, Even Though It Was the Day. Those
Amazing.
were the episodes. They're in season four, episode 27 to 30, and they are absolutely glorious. Absolutely glorious.
I mean, I always stand by the episode where Robin is explaining how the real estate market works to them as being one of the funniest jokes of a children's cartoon ever.
I understand that completely. I
Yeah.
understand that completely. Yes.
It's called equity. And it's like that's just I'm like I'm done. You said it's called equity in a TV show for 12-year-olds
Yeah.
and you've won me over, the
Yeah.
biggest 12-year-old in the world.
Well, and that's the thing about this show. It's like for the longest time, I was like, how could people be mad at this show? Like, what is wrong with you that you are mad at this show? And then I watched the old Teen Titans series and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, oh, you're just mad it's not serious. Got it. And they make reference in this show about it.
Yeah.
And I think that's fucking hilarious.
Oh,
But
it's such a funny show.
it's such a funny
I
show.
cannot recommend that show more. It
Yeah.
really made my vacation week. And like I said, I visited my hometown for the first time in 20 years. My memory is how funny is Teen Titans Go, everybody?
We're here for it. We're here
Yeah.
for it. Yeah. So we've talked a lot about like mainstream. Like I know we did mention Meteor Man earlier, but nobody watched that. We've also talked about V for Vendetta a little bit in there.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so many superhero movies that are not like your basic superhero movies. And yes, I've talked about some of these already. So like things like Mystery Men. It is a superhero movie. It is. It's definitely not your typical superhero movie. But do you have like a favorite non-conventional superhero movie that you want to talk about?
Well, I pulled out one. I pulled a couple here that are worth mentioning. One is Unbreakable, which
Do you like the whole series like Glass
no.
and no, okay, we're gonna have to
Unbreakable. I
Unbreakable it is. Yes. Okay.
don't know. I don't think I saw the other ones, to be
Okay.
honest. I don't think I
Really?
saw Split in the end.
Yeah.
It's one of the only ones I remember a friend of mine asked me to go see the movie, and it's like one of the only times I've ever been like, no. I'm like I just don't have it in me tonight.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
But yeah, no, I mean I mean Unbreakable is pretty much a straight up superhero movie, right? Like
It
it is
is.
very, very directly. It's not based on a comic book. It references a lot of comic books
Mhm.
that I don't think are real. I don't think it only mentions like Superman. Like it doesn't, but like most of the comic books I don't think are real, but
Well, I
it
mean, Mr. Glass is a comic art salesman, so you do see actual like pages from real comic books in like a couple of scenes and stuff.
right. And but no, but that's another like super grounded one, right? Like
Yes.
that's a very much a like, what if this was real? And yeah, he even has a weakness, which
Which
is
is
water.
water.
Yeah.
Yes.
People in M. Night Shyamalan movies hate water.
Yeah. Maybe he's just really thirsty and doesn't realize it. I don't know.
Well, I mean, like the solution in Signs was they're allergic to water.
Yeah. Then you come,
And
but
then he
why
made
would
the
you
Lady
come
in
to
the
a
Water.
planet then why would you come to a planet that's 60% water? Like,
Yeah, no.
that
I
doesn't make
mean,
sense.
the only thing I really remember from that movie is the like South American birthday party. That was terrifying.
Oh, the scene, yes.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
really good. That's some good
surprise
stuff.
Surprising that movie was on like 2 weeks ago and I sat and watched it. I was like, oh yeah, this is a pretty good movie, except for the
Yeah.
last 5 minutes. It's fine.
I really liked that movie when it came out.
Yeah. Everybody did. Don't worry. Everybody did.
And the other one I pulled out, which is a little more obscure, it's called Chronicle. Do you remember Chronicle?
Yeah, it's on my list here. I've definitely
Oh,
seen that
cool.
movie several
That's a
times.
cool
Yes.
movie, right?
It is a cool movie. It's another one of those like meteor from space and
Right.
they touch it and like they're like we can do stuff.
Yeah, it's Michael B. Jordan, right?
It is.
He's
Yeah.
B. Jordaning all over the place. Is this Josh Trank? Did he direct this?
You're asking me questions that I would
I'm
never have
trying to
answers to.
remember. Because Josh Trank is the one that did that really terrible Fantastic Four movie, and I think this is how he got it.
Oh God. Yeah, it is Josh Trank.
Yeah. Um. Anyway, this one's good.
Hmm.
The movie he made with Miles Teller, not so much.
Not so much.
Um.
Wait, but that also has Michael B. Jordan in it.
Ooh, he'd be Jordan all over the place.
Yeah.
We've also got Hellboy.
Love Hellboy.
Hellboy's
Love
fun.
Hellboy.
That's a really cool indie comic,
Hmm.
as well. Not really an adaptation of the comic book, but it is
No, no.
a
They just sort of they take his origin and then they take some of the characters, but then they make like a new story, which
yeah.
I liked. But they actually take like, for example, the part where when they where are they? They go to like Russia or something, and they go to the graveyard to find where the entrance to something is, and they dig up like a guy.
Mhm.
Like that's directly from a comic book. Like that
Yeah.
scene is directly from a comic book, which I thought was pretty interesting.
They're very different from each other. Um, I would, I would encourage people to check out the Hellboy comic because
Mhm.
it's very unique in what it's doing, and it's very odd the way it's like made because it's like they're not it's not really a story that like there's not like 1 through 100. It's like, oh, it's like 1 through 8, and
Mhm.
that's Hellboy in Mexico. Okay.
Yeah.
What about this one? And it's like, oh, it's Hellboy and the screw-headed man, and that's or the crooked man or whatever, and it's like 4 issues. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, which one goes first? I'm like, I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
No, it
It's
doesn't matter.
like it's like watching James Bond movies. I mean, yeah, you can watch them in like chronological order, but really the stories don't affect each other, so you can watch them however way you want to.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a
Uh,
lie, except for the Daniel Craig ones that you kind of have
Yeah,
to watch
no,
the
those
last
ones
like two
kind
in
of go
order.
together into each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Hellboy one at least is definitely worth watching. And the first two were Guillermo del Toro's, right?
They were. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
that's cool. I mean, they're kind of
Like,
weird. They don't really feel like a contemporary superhero movie anymore.
no.
They feel like 90s superhero movies that are like well made.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I liked the idea of the Golden Army movie, and again, because it's Del Toro, it's like it's visually interesting, and his monsters are really cool, and how like the world he's building is there. But then by the end of it, you're just like, okay, that's literally how I felt at the end of it. I was like, okay,
Yeah,
that's
no,
it.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I feel like yeah, I'd be interested to see the comic book version of Hellboy made into a movie where it's like very quiet. Like there's not a lot of dialogue in those comic books.
Okay.
And they're just sort of like spooky and moody.
Yeah.
That'd be cool to see. But yeah, no, we still have like you ever have a problem with a movie? It's like this is just too well lit. Where it's just like I can see things too well.
I can't say that I have. I feel like right now movies are too dark and it's
Okay.
annoying to me. Like you just can't see stuff. Like we were talking about the Batman earlier,
Mhm.
the newest one. And I understand it's nighttime and whatever, but if I'm looking at the screen and it just looks like a black screen, I'm missing the movie. And I don't
Yeah.
know what's going on. Yeah,
Yeah, no, I'm not
that's
going to defend that Batman movie.
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Um,
I think my favorite part of it was when he was like trying to figure out the riddle to undo the guy's like explode like battle royale exploding collar thing. And then he did solve it, but then it exploded anyway, so it didn't mean anything.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah. It's like
no,
I got it. I figured it out. Kablam. Damn it.
it was just too late.
I'll get him next time.
Yeah. Let's see. What else do I have on this list that's interesting? I can't believe I sat through all of Morbius, but
Was it Morbin time? I like that one became a meme. Like that's really funny to me that just it became a meme because it was bad.
Because yeah, like, but that's how. Because I was like, there's no way it could be that bad. I was like, oh my God, it is. Okay, it
But
really
then
is.
but then the internet just came up with what if it was worse?
It's
Like,
I don't know.
what if the movie's so bad that we could lie about how bad it was and people would just assume that that's just in the movie?
Yeah. Oh, it's crazy. What about, let's see. Got Dark Man on this list.
Oh, Darkman's cool.
I remember that being the first time I knew who Liam Neeson was. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Not Qui-Gon Jinn.
not Qui-Gon Jinn. No, it was before that.
No, that's a Sam Raimi, right? Is Darkman?
It is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, so that's like when he's still doing gore though. So it's like what if Spider-Man was gory is your
Yeah.
answer
And
for
he had
Darkman.
to be wrapped up like a mummy the whole time. You're like,
Yeah.
oh. Okay, question. What do you think about the movie Big Hero 6?
Um I saw that, I think. I thought it was fine. It was a cute little kids movie. Like I don't really have I didn't have like very strong feelings towards it either way, I don't think.
Okay, just wondering. I don't know. I feel like my biggest problem with the movie is the montage is where the story is, and it's like they skipped over it, and it
Hmm.
upsets me.
Okay.
That's how I feel about that movie.
Yeah, no, I'm afraid it didn't make that much of an impression on me.
Okay.
That's the one with the big white guy in it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bloop,
Okay.
bloop, 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 bloop.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I was like, okay. Like,
Okay.
like I just remember being like, it's okay. Yeah, no, I saw it at the AMC at Young and Dundas.
Hmm.
And then that's my whole memory of that.
Okay, so we're sorry, we're gonna stick on kids movies. What do you
Sure.
think about Megamind?
Megamind. I don't think I wait. I think I've only seen that at work, so I don't know if I can give you a good enough explanation on that one.
You're killing me here. You're
That's a
killing
work
me.
one. Sorry.
What about, did you see DC League of Super Pets?
No.
I recommend. It's great. It's
Okay.
great.
Is that the
Uh,
one where The Rock plays Crypto the Super Dog?
you know what? I don't remember who does the voices.
I feel like The Rock is in that one.
League of Super. It does say Dwayne Johnson as soon as I click on it.
Yeah, there you
Yeah, he does crypto. And then Ace is Kevin Hart, of course. They stick to the voice.
go.
Kate McKinnon is Lulu. John Krasinski does the voice of Superman. This is crazy.
Yep,
I didn't realize there were Diego Luna, Vanessa Bayer, Natasha Lyonne. Keanu Reeves does Batman's voice? What?
that's
I
cool.
did. Now I have to rewatch this movie just to hear the voices again. Ben
But
Schwartz is in there, Olivia Wilde's. Oh,
I'm assuming that Kevin Hart did all the voices from the baby Bjorn on The Rock's chest.
probably.
Yeah,
They did all their lines together.
yeah.
But great, it was surprisingly good. I really thought it was going to be bad, but it
Okay.
was surprisingly good.
No, I did not see that one. I have not seen that many. I haven't seen that many movies in the last few years. Like I really haven't been going to the movies lately. Movies have been sad to me lately.
Oh
So
no, don't say that.
no, it's true. I just feel like things haven't been that good. Like things haven't been
Thing
interesting me lately.
I will agree with you on that, but I have an issue where I think I've mentioned this before. I cannot bitch about it unless I see it.
Mm.
So then I see it, and then they're like, "Hey, this movie's making money," and then they make more movies like that, and then I'm like, "It's my fault," but now I have to go see this other movie that's shit as well and pay money to go watch it.
Let me tell you, you do not have to see the movie to bitch about it.
But I think it's necessary. Like my thing is like yes, I there are movies that I'm like I'm just not gonna see that. Like the Joker movies, I'm like I saw the ads for it. I've read articles about it. This does not seem like content I want to watch. But if I want to be like this movie is shit because I need details. I
Yeah.
need details. So you gotta watch the movie for the details.
Yeah, that Joker movie is actually a very important moment in my life.
Okay.
Because it was a breaking point for me.
Oh
Like
no.
that was the time I saw this movie and I hated that movie. It's terrible to me. In
Okay.
my opinion, it's bad.
Okay.
Like if I'm real mad in a movie, I will start hitting my head against the back of the chair. And I was doing that in this one. I was just like, what are we doing here? why am I watching this?
Yeah.
And that movie got nominated for Oscars.
No.
And like it won, did it win the Venice Film Festival? Like it won a film festival. Like I just thought it was straight up bad. Like I
Okay.
just thought it was a bad movie. And like at that point, I was just like, oh, people don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Is that when you came to the realization?
Yeah, no, I really am just like, I don't think I can listen to anybody anymore, like about movies. Like, I'm
Hmm.
just like, because like it's still kind of well regarded as a movie, but it's a similar thing to Zack Snyder, where it's like it's taking in all these elements, but it's not using them in a way that it seems to understand what it's doing. It's
Yes.
just like putting a bunch of stuff together and making things look cool,
Yeah.
and then that's your movie. When I'm like, no, this is awful. Like this is, and also like weirdly prescient to where we're at.
Yeah.
Like it's like, no, we have a crazy person spouting lies all the time, and then like idiots follow him, as if he's the Messiah. And this movie's sort of like that's a good thing.
Yeah, and that's the thing that kind of worries me about some of this content. I think I understand art imitates life, but at the same time, maybe you should just hold on to that art for a little while. You don't need to put it out there.
Well, I mean, we should learn a lesson from art. I mean, that's really what I think that's what's been very frustrating to me watching the news lately. I mean, I'm granted both of my parents are historians, so like I do understand maybe things from a slightly different perspective. But like, yeah, no, I mean, the stuff that's happening we've seen many times before in various media, and it's not good, I didn't think. But people don't really seem to or take the wrong lessons from these kind of things. Like when people watch Spider-Man, do they go, "Oh, it's cool that he punches stuff"?
But I mean,
Like, is that where we're at? Like,
I think we've already had this discussion when we're just like, no, people take the wrong messages from anti-heroes, right? They're just
yeah,
like, no, I want to be like that guy. I'm like, no, that's not the point of the story. You
yeah,
should not want to be like that guy.
yeah,
He's not cool. He's a sad, broken person. That's
yeah,
You're taking the wrong message, you
yeah.
know.
Just because Brad Pitt plays one part of him doesn't mean it's a cool dude.
Exactly. And if you pay attention to the dude and what that dude is doing, you would know that that is not a cool dude. That is not a dude you're supposed to follow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, we did just try blowing up all the markets. That didn't really work out well.
No. No. I don't know. And I think this is one of the reasons why I want to watch a superhero movie half the time is I'm like, oh look, it's something to root for. It's something good, you know. I wanna root for the good guy winning because the good guy seems to lose all the time in the real world. So I want to get
Yeah.
away from this nonsense.
That's true. I mean,
Yeah.
as long as we all agree on who the good person is. I think that's where we're at now, is like we
Mhm.
can't agree who the good guy in these things are. Because like people were like Thanos did nothing wrong. Like that's just insanity.
Yeah, but there have also been articles written about the problematic nature of MCU movies where they create villains that are villains by perspective, not straight up villains, if you understand what I
Yeah.
mean. Like,
Well, if they have good motivation, they're just doing it in the wrong way.
exactly. Like you have
Right.
Killmonger shows up and
Yeah.
he's like, "You killed my father. I'm here to take over and we're going to free the black people of the world." But doing that by going out and starting wars and just murdering everybody doesn't it's not the right way to do things, right?
Right.
Or like Thanos comes along, he's like, "Look, our universe has a specific set of resources. We need to like my planet was destroyed because we used up all our resources. If we get rid of half the people, we'd have enough resources for everybody. So let's just kill half of everybody." You're just like, okay, I think you're taking the wrong message from your idea. You
Yeah,
know,
no. Oh,
like,
okay. So, however, huge problem with Thanos' plan, right? He
yes,
can do anything he wants with those gloves, right? He
yes.
chooses to get rid of half the people. Why doesn't he just make double the food,
Don't look.
right?
This is
I
this
mean,
is
come
what
on,
I'm
man.
saying. He's taking the wrong idea from his own premise. This is what I am saying.
No, but like
Okay.
there was a whole fucking subreddit of people going on about how we should kill half the people in the world. And it's like, no, but you just guys, he could have just made double the food.
Yeah, if he snapped his fingers and be like, make more oranges, there would
Yeah,
just be more oranges. Like
yeah.
it's or maybe he's like, oh, there's not enough space. Or maybe there's like a reason there's a finite amount of matter and he can't just, make more matter. That's why people turned into dust, not just disappeared.
Okay.
Look, you have me defending Thanos right now. What are we doing? What are we doing? But yeah, like,
He's
and that's
inevitable.
he's inevitable. But this is the I think back in the day when you had a superhero and you had a villain, the villain was just bad. They didn't have a backstory. Like they didn't have a real backstory, if you understand what I mean. They would show up, they're just like, I want all the money in the world, so I'm gonna hold the city hostage. And you're just like, that's a bad thing,
Yeah.
right? Whereas now you can have these based on the characters that they're creating, you can have these arguments because there's a there's a legitimate backstory and there's a legitimate reason for them to want to take this action that can be understood, but it's just how they're going about it that is the bad thing. And you're like, but you can yell and scream like, but Killmonger's fucking right. They've been hiding behind a wall, letting all the black people in the world suffer and keeping the technologies themselves instead of bettering the people out there, open up to other people. And him doing that opened them up to the rest of the world, which was great. But also, a lot of people died. There was like a war,
Mhm.
shit happened. Like, it was
Well, he
not
murdered a
good.
bunch of people too. I mean, to get where he's at, like each one of the little dots on him is a kill,
If
right? Isn't that
somebody
the
he's
thing?
killed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I mean he's not a good
He's
dude.
not a good
And
dude.
I mean his plan was to I mean, like he's like, yeah, he can betterment for everybody else, but his plan was to arm everybody to have a race war.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's not a good thing.
No, race
I
wars aren't
agree.
good.
That's not a good thing.
But like once again, like maybe we should think about this for a minute. You're suggesting a race war, right? Like
Yeah.
that's sort of and not the cool Fast and the Furious kind.
Yeah. Oh God, that took me a whole half a second to get, but also I hate that I laughed at it. I hate it so much.
They say race war so many times in those movies.
Jesus. Oh God.
Race wars.
Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Let's see. What else do I have here? What about Hancock? Have you ever seen Hancock?
I did not see Hancock.
You said you saw all of the superhero movies.
Okay,
You lied to
like
me.
okay. Are we thinking Hancock is like one of the first ones that comes to mind when we're like, oh yeah, the drunk Will Smith one?
Yeah. Where apparently he's an angel and he's paired with somebody and
Oh, that's so dumb.
yes. It's like the thing is, it's the first I find this happens with a lot of Will Smith movies. About the first hour, you're like, this is a cool premise. I like this idea. How is this gonna end? And then they start explaining how it works, and you're just like, that's fucking dumb. You're
Yeah.
like, this is just what? What are you
Well, I mean,
doing?
he just got in one little fight, and his mom got scared, and so he had to move in with his
Auntie and Uncle in Bel Air?
yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
that's usually the first half, which is usually pretty solid.
Yes.
But once he rolls up to the house around 7 or 8, it's like I'm out.
He's like, I'm done. I'm done. I do want to bring up one movie though
Okay.
that I feel has never gotten the amount of love and praise that it should have gotten. I've actually already talked about this show on the podcast, this movie on the podcast, but I want to bring it up again, which is the Thomas Jane Punisher from the early
Okay.
2000s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know what? You found one. That is 100%. I forgot that movie exists and I did not see that one.
you're fucking killing
No, I know. I'm sorry. That's I listened to the director on like how did this get made? She was on that.
me. Yeah.
Lenny something. What's her name? It's
Uh,
interesting though because
the,
there's not
the
that
the
many.
the director of this movie is Jonathan Hensley.
Oh, really? Oh, wait, maybe she did the second. Maybe she did Punisher Warzone.
Oh, Warzone I didn't watch.
Is that which is the one with Jigsaw in it?
Let's see. Lexi
Not the one from
Alexander?
Saw.
Lexi Alexander?
Lexi Alexander, yeah.
Yes. So yeah, she did Warzone.
Right, okay. So
Yes.
that one sounds like it could be interesting to me. I
Mhm.
kind of want to see that one because it sounds like it's completely bonkers.
No, I
Um,
did not see this one.
is Thomas Jane the one with John Travolta?
It is. I know we don't like to look at John Travolta, but he gets his comeuppance at the end of the movie in the most gloriously ridiculous way. And you're just like, I've waited this whole movie for this scene to happen. And it makes you very happy. It makes me very happy. But like, I think the thing with this movie, it properly skirts the line between cheesy comic book and very serious action film, you know? And Thomas Jane plays this character so straight, like so straight. He's like, I am acting and I am angry and I am shooting people and here's my shirt off. And you're like, okay. And then you have John Travolta as this like scene eating, ridiculous mob boss villain that
Hmm.
you could just hear him like snicker in the back like like as he walks out of a scene like you can like magically hear it somehow. It's
Hmm.
not there,
Hmm.
but you could hear it, you know.
Very mustache twirly.
It very mustache twirl, like it's very ridiculous, and he's got this like trophy wife who doesn't do anything besides get murdered by her husband, like
Hmm.
that's just a catalyst for it. And then he's got this like this bodyguard that within the story I'm gonna let you discover about the bodyguard, but that comes later on. And then but then Punisher, so like you of course see the origin of Punisher, like him, how he gets so angry, where he gets the t-shirt from, that kind of thing.
Okay.
um and then he comes back to
That's
this.
sorry. I just want to stop for 1 second. That's just something we need to stop in these movies is how they got the t-shirt. I don't care.
No, but how he got this T-shirt in the movie is very poignant. It's given to him
I
by his son, okay? Like five
yeah.
minutes before his son gets brutally murdered on a family vacation, okay?
Hey, Dad, I got you this skull shirt. I
And then,
hope you like it.
yeah,
Anyway, off to this ammunition factory tour we're about to go on.
I mean, the ammunition factory came to them, but
Yeah, okay.
that's fine. Um, but yeah, so then he finally makes his way back to the city and he moves into this like derelict building with like a waitress who gets beat up by her boyfriend and like two guys who are roommates with each other who are just, for the lack of a better word, just giant losers.
Mhm.
I don't know. And it's just such a weird setup, but somehow you watch this movie and it all works. It all works. I love it.
Okay.
It's great.
I'm,
I
I'm gonna
recommend this movie.
I'm gonna try to check it out. I'm
Yeah.
gonna I'm gonna keep an eye out for it. How
Yeah.
did you feel about the Punisher Netflix TV show?
I really liked the first two seasons.
Oh my
Um,
God, there was more than I first of all, I only remember one season.
okay.
Uh
So the reason why I think I've realized that I missed, because I think there's actually three seasons. Uh, wait, what are we talking? No, we're talking about Punisher. We're not talking about
right.
Daredevil. We're talking about
Yeah.
Punisher. No, I didn't watch any of the Punisher Netflix
Okay.
show.
The
No.
I mean I remember watching the first season.
Hmm.
It was pretty good. Yeah. I mean, I really like that it does feel quite a bit like the first season of Daredevil, which I really liked.
Okay.
But yeah, that was kind of a weird middle time, wasn't it? But like before Disney Plus, when we had all these Netflix Marvel shows.
Yeah. So it's two seasons.
Oh,
And
okay.
actually the only reason why I'm pretty sure the only reason why I didn't watch it is because I didn't have Netflix at the time.
Right.
Now that I think about it.
I mean, it's pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
Um, Punisher is I mean, like, the Preacher guys, both of the Preacher guys wrote Punisher for a little while, right? Like, where I think it was Dylan and Ennis doing the Punisher Max series. And, like, those get pretty gnarly.
Yes,
So,
they are very gnarly people,
yeah.
so I believe it.
But
Um,
I mean, that's what they're. I mean, you can't do a Punisher thing without it being real gnarly. I don't think it's got to
yeah,
be
to do the
gross.
character right, he has to murder people and he has to be all broody about it.
Yeah.
So he's like a poor, messy Batman.
That's true. No, you're right.
Yeah.
No,
He's
it's.
yeah.
I mean, that's it's. I think that's an interesting sector of superheroes, which is just like, no, that guy just needs therapy. Like that guy
It's
needs a lot of therapy.
that's like 80% of superheroes
Yeah.
and supervillains too.
Oh no, supervillains for 100%, but like
Yeah.
Batman and like Punisher and I don't know, who are the other like vengeful ones?
Daredevil.
Yeah, Daredevil. Oh yeah, no, Daredevil's a really good one.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Yes.
That first
So
season of
hard.
Daredevil is really great because it, like I said, what makes him so interesting is like he just likes hurting people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he
No,
does.
he is a sadist. Like he is angry and doing this because he's angry. He's
Yeah.
it's only that he has a target.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly, you
Yeah.
know. So, Micah,
Which is
so
cool.
did you watch the new Daredevil show?
I haven't watched the new one yet. I have to watch
Okay.
season 3 still as well. I didn't watch the third Netflix season, which I heard was
Well,
okay.
yeah, like so as I was saying before, this is where I got confused. It's like it was Daredevil that had 3 seasons, and I thought I had watched all of it. I had watched 2 seasons of it, and then I started watching the new show, and I was like, I have clearly missed something. And then I checked, I was like, oh shit, there was a third season of Daredevil I didn't watch, and that I'm never gonna get to watch.
Yeah.
But also, I find the new show it's so far it's boring.
Interesting.
Um, but apparently episode 8 is the one. Like, so
Is
I'm
it
just
the
like,
did they do a oneer again? They love doing those oneers.
maybe. I
Yeah.
refuse, like if I'm in the middle of watching it, I'm not gonna read anything until I'm
Right.
done.
Okay. No,
So, but
I'd like to.
people lost their mind about episode 8. So I was
It's
like,
I mean
okay.
like Born Again is like the big Daredevil arc, right?
Hmm.
So like if they're adapting that, they have to try real hard
Yeah.
because like that's one that like people care about.
Yeah.
That's actually I don't love that book. I actually I really like the Brian Michael Bendis did a good run on Daredevil with
Hmm.
the Leave. Those ones are really good.
Okay. I think I've
It
only ever read like 2 Daredevil comics, not even like trades or anything. And I was just like, okay, and I put them down.
his
Um,
run, I'll just spoil it for you. Are you okay with me spoiling
yeah,
a
yeah,
20-year-old comic book arc? Um, at the end of Bendis's run, uh, Daredevil decides that the only way that the to save everybody from the underworld is to be the boss of the underworld himself. So he just like takes out all the bosses and declares himself the new kingpin. Yeah. It's like he's gonna have to like monitor everything and like keep it so like the underworld can like still work but not like harming people.
yeah, but
So
doesn't that make him the bad guy then at this
yeah,
point?
kind of. He
Okay.
also like had like he also like he had a wife that like he drove like clinically insane. Like she like was institutionalized and stuff. Like he's like he is that's another one like oh his life sucks.
Yeah.
Like it is no everything is terrible.
Hmm. All right. I mean, like the thing about all of these comic book movies that are coming out now, especially, is that they've made C and D level superheroes A-list superheroes. Like,
Yeah.
yes, we knew about Daredevil for a long time. Like anybody who was into comic books was like, I know about Daredevil, but the average person didn't know about Daredevil. But now they do know about Daredevil. Or
Yeah.
like even like Iron Man, or even like Captain America was like a failing comic book for a long time.
Mhm.
And then you have these movies, and all of a sudden Captain America's like the greatest, everything. Like Guardians of the Galaxy, they made like 4 issues in the 1960s, and suddenly, oh my God,
Yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy,
No
everybody
one
knows
gave a
everything.
shit. That
Nobody
one
gave a
really is
shit.
a D-list. That was a D-list comic
I would
before.
say even like F list, like it was
Yeah,
right down
I
there.
never read any Guardians of the Galaxy, and that is saying something because I used to read like a ton of comic books for like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. Or
So
even
if I
like,
didn't read any of it, like
yeah.
it's nothing.
Well, that's the thing though. Like I would buy generally just X-Men comics. So even if they were like mediocre characters, whatever, like they would just show up in the comic book. So you would see them. They would be there. But like Guardians of the Galaxy, they hadn't used those characters in like 40 years. And then
Mhm.
suddenly they're like, we're gonna make a movie with them. You're like, who the fuck are these people? Like, what are you talking about? And then they made this great movie, and everybody's like, oh yeah, I know who Guardians of the Galaxy are. I'm like, do you though? Do you? How about that?
Yeah.
It's fine. Or like
It's the
Jessica
one with the
Jones,
raccoon
Luke
in it.
Cage. Yeah. Yeah. That's one thing I do find fascinating about the MCU is that they did not pick like, I mean, I guess it's because they sold off their
Yeah.
A-list characters like Wolverine, the X-Men, Spider-Man. Like they sold them off. So they had to go with like their lower grade characters to do their movies. But also they managed to make them into like huge platforms, which kudos to them.
Well, I mean, not only that, I mean, I'm gonna give them kudos for being the only ones that seem to be able to do them right now. Like the reason that they got Spider-Man kind of back, and the reason that they got, or actually they bought back X-Men and Fantastic Four, but um, the reason they got them back is because Sony didn't know what to do. Like they
Yes.
sort of like were flailing, and they're like,
Mhm.
"Well, you guys seem to be able to do this right, so let's do a partnership together." And the reason everyone's like kind of excited about Fantastic Four is because it's not made by somebody that's not Marvel.
Yes. Yeah.
Like the other ones are bad because they're made by Fox, and I'm actually pretty excited to see what they do with X-Men because I would like a different flavor of X-Men, please.
Yes.
X-Men '97 ruled.
Hmm.
That was show was so
So
good.
good. So good. Yes.
Um, so like if they're doing something like that, sign me up.
Yeah.
So like as much as I've been sort of like they haven't been very good the last few years, I'm actually kind of excited for the next like round, weirdly enough.
Hmm. Well, because they
I
seem
would
to
I
be
yeah.
like with at least Fantastic Four, they seem to be starting from like a separate timeline as to the timeline they've been working with.
Mhm.
So I like that they're not trying to like integrate them into their immediately. They're just getting their own separate start, and then maybe they'll work their. I'm assuming they're going to work their way into that timeline, and
Uh,
so I'm looking
I
forward to it.
I would think so. I'm really hoping to have a couple bubble movies,
Yes.
like movies that sort of operate on their own little thing. Like
Hmm.
I don't think we need to integrate X-Men into other stuff for a very long time. There's way too many X-Men characters anyway. Just
Yeah.
interweave them with each other. We don't need to see Spider-Man show up there for at least like a couple movies in.
What are you talking? They're gonna do a Wolverine Spider-Man thing. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, that would rule, but still. I like Spider-Man.
Yes, that's great.
Um,
Yeah.
and you know what? Yeah, no. The joke in Deadpool that they're gonna make Hugh Jackman do this until he's 90, really good.
It's really good.
That's a very good joke.
He keeps coming back for he gets bored every few years. He's like,
Yeah.
fine, I'll do another one. Like he's like,
Sorry, you'll
no.
pay me how much?
He's like, all right, I'll be there, it's fine.
Just let me get
Uh
super jacked first.
First,
Hold
yeah.
on.
Takes
Give
him
me a
like
day.
takes him like a week and a half, and he's like, I'm good to go. Thanks, guys. It's
Yeah.
great.
He puts on 50 pounds of muscle in like a month and a half and then is like, all right, I'm here to do Wolverine.
Yeah.
Ka-ching,
And
ka-ching.
he's like, did you find the growl again? He's like, hold on. There it is. Okay, yes. Ready to go. Ready to go. Set.
Are we almost done? I have to be on Broadway soon.
Oh my God. I'm surprised it didn't come across like a dimension where like Wolverine is in a musical and he starts singing and dancing.
Oh
That'd
my
be
God,
amazing.
why didn't they do that?
I'm like,
It's
he's
one
right there, guys. He's
that
right
that's
there.
I mean that's 100% something that like would be in that movie. Like that
Yeah.
is like you hit the nail right on the head. That should have been in that movie. That he
Yeah.
sings like does a song from Hairspray or something for
I
for
love it.
like a full 2.5 minute song in the middle of the movie.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, they did do several full songs in that movie, so it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, that's
Uh,
true. I mean, they're dancing for like a good 10 minutes.
yeah. My final question is, like, I know you say you love Spider-Man, that's fine. But is there like a superhero or comic book character or even like a character in a book that you've read that you're like, you know what? This would make a good movie.
Oh, in terms of things that I would like think about adapting that haven't been adapted already, um, my
Or is there even like a storyline that you wish they would adapt?
oh, that's a very good question. I mean, like I I I also like I didn't only read superhero comic books. I read a book. My favorite book ever is called Black Hole. Have you
Okay.
read Black Hole? It's a Charles Burns book.
I
Um,
gotta Google it before I say yes or no. Yes, go ahead.
it is they say it's not an AIDS allegory, but it most definitely to me reading it is definitely an AIDS
Oh,
allegory.
I remember this book. No, I never actually read it because like literally the cover creeped me out, so I
Oh
never
no,
picked it up.
I read it. I finished reading it like when I had like the flu or something, and I was like running a fever, and the end gets like real weird and psychedelic and gross, and I threw up when I finished reading it.
No.
I
Okay, I'm really glad I didn't pick it up then. Okay.
It's no, it's my favorite book though. I love that book so much.
Okay.
That would be really cool to see. In terms of, I mean, like my favorite comic book arcs are the ones where the character is broken down to nothing and then comes back. So like Born Again would be one of that. Like it's
Mhm.
just like systematically their lives get ruined and they have to like start over.
Yeah.
There's like a whole. I think there's I remember reading a Spider-Man arc about probably 15 years ago. That was he just decided that he was just gonna be Spider-Man now. Like he
Okay.
just was just like I'm just not gonna be Peter Parker.
Just
And like
Spider-Man all the time.
he's just Spider-Man all the time. And he's like he's going around and people are like, "Spider-Man, you stink." Like
Yeah.
he's just because he's just like wearing the suit all the time and like doing stuff. Like that would be cool. Like the opposite of Spider-Man 2 where he's like I'm not going to be Spider-Man anymore. He's
Hmm.
just like no, I'm just not going to be Peter Parker anymore.
Yeah.
That would be cool to see. Trying to think of like what else. I haven't read comic books in a really long time.
But it
Um,
isn't like I
you
feel
know,
like a lot of like good comic book stories stick with people not because of when they were written, but because of like the content. Like I think like with a good movie, they're kind of timeless because they kind of fit into everybody can relate to them in some way or
you know.
everybody understands what the characters are going through, that kind of thing. So I feel like even if you haven't read anything now, it will still work.
There was I think the last time I like tried to search some out. Just one sec. Um there was a an arc in Miracle Man. Do you know Miracle Man?
No.
It's a DC thing. I think I'm remembering this right. But there was an arc with him that was very like grounded in real life. I think that the first like couple pages he attempts suicide. In
Oh.
like the first like couple pages of the book, and it's just I don't know how you could possibly film it is the
Hmm.
other thing. Like sometimes it would be like I'd be interested to see how somebody could adapt that.
Okay.
So like he's
Like
very much it's very much around the like uh what's the what's the Thanos villain in DC that was in like Justice
Darkseid?
League? Darkseid.
Yeah.
So like he has the like anti-life equation,
Point
right?
equation, yeah.
And yeah, the anti-life formula or whatever. So it's like that's sort of what that book is around. So
Oh,
like
okay.
it's a lot about like he's like a former minion of Darkseid, I think, or he worked with Darkseid for a while, but like was able to escape.
Hmm.
But he's still like in his brain and is like messing with him and stuff. Yeah, so like that would be cool. I
Okay.
can't really remember that many of the details right now. But do you have one? Is there one that I'm forgetting that is
Mm,
like obvious?
no, I feel like I feel like a lot of the storylines that we would have wanted to see, they've tried to do and did a horrible job. Like the whole Phoenix Saga thing that they've just
Oh
completely
my God.
ruined. Like that kind of thing. Like
They've tried that
they've
so many times.
and it's just failed horribly. Like just stop doing it. It's fine. We'll read the comic books about it. It's fine. But some of the ones that I would like is so I've read a couple of books that are they're two of them are DC books. They're based on DC characters. One's called It's Superman, and it is technically an origin story for Superman, but it takes place in the 1940s. And Lex Luthor is not a super genius. He's like a mobster. And it's just like a very like you want to talk about like a grounded story in reality, read this book. Like it's
Mhm.
and but it's like and of course he's like still a Boy Scout and all this kind of stuff, but it's just a really good story that you like Superman and you like Clark Kent in a way that hasn't been presented well in the movies, if you understand what I mean. Like you actually see him as like a real person more than just like a dude hiding the fact that he's not a real person, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's Superman, and that's really good. There is a book called Soon I Will Be Invincible, and it's not affiliated with anything, but it's written by I forget who it's written by. It's over there, but it's too far for me to get. It's fine. Invincible by Austin Grossman. And it's about a world that has superheroes and there's a villain and it goes chapter to chapter and one chapter is from the superhero's point of view and the other chapter goes from the supervillain's point of view and like what each one of them are doing at different times, right? And it's just really good and
Okay.
it'd be really interesting to see that made into a movie. I read this like a while ago, so I can't remember like the absolute details of it. But it's probably a book I really should reread because I just remember loving it so much. And one of the other books is called 52, and it's about a year in Gotham City. And it's about Batman is not involved in this book, but it's about other DC characters in Gotham handling Gotham while Batman and Superman aren't there. And like Brainiac shows up and all this kind of stuff. And I mean, the last story is about, because Brainiac is technically like a worm, and then he evolves into like a butterfly, and every time he flaps his wing, it's a time butterfly. It changes time and whatever. It's very interesting, whatever. It's a great book. I think it's really good. But these are just straight out novels, right?
Yeah.
There was a comic book when I was younger. I believe it's called Vinanarama. Now I got this book when I was in high school. Ram comic. Yes. Yeah, it's called Vim Amorama and it's a three-part comic series that involves it's like this Indian guy and I don't know how to describe it. I don't know. There's an ancient team of superheroes that are essentially Asian and Indian gods that come to save the day and they work through him.
Mhm.
It's great. It's really good. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Those are the only ones I can think of that I really like. Oh,
Yeah.
that one's written by Grant Morrison and
Oh, fun.
the artist is Philip Bond. Okay, there you go.
I mean, like the only other ones I can think of like will never be made because they can't exist in a canon. Like, I mean, like you mentioned All-Star Superman.
Yes.
Like, no, no, I don't. You can't make that. Like, no one's gonna make that ever,
No,
right? I mean, it's a movie. It would be a movie about what if Superman was dying of cancer. Like that's
I know.
like that's like what All-Star Superman is like he's gonna come to terms with death. Like it's like,
Yeah.
but like I said, as you guys, as I've already said, like that's my shit with
Yeah.
these. I was like, I want to see these guys broken down to nothing.
Yeah, but they might do it because I mean, like, if you like, they said they would never kill Wolverine, and then you have Logan. Yes, I know they brought him back after they did
Yeah,
a lot of work to bring him back. Fine, but like, why not have these like epic R-rated death
yeah,
of superhero movies? Like, I think it'd be kind of interesting. I actually think you would just enjoy the shit out of them because you're like, it's so real. You're
yeah.
dying. Wash over me. Like, it'd be
I would.
fun.
I'm totally down for that. I just know that they're not gonna do that.
Oh my God.
Like, I just know that they're not gonna like do the James Bond kill him off at the last movie kind of thing for
Yeah.
Superman. They can never kill off Superman because they have to keep making Superman movies.
Yeah. But
Or
also, I also
the
think they wouldn't like they would not do it justice. Is my biggest thing.
no,
They would not do
you're
it
right. They
justice.
probably wouldn't do a good job. I mean, they're also never gonna make Superman Red Sun into a
Oh
real
my
movie.
God. Yeah, no. They
Like
would
that would
never
be
make
super
that.
cool, and like, but like for normies,
Hmm.
that's gonna be like, wait, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah.
why is that a movie? Um, there's a Batman comic book that Neil Gaiman wrote. We weren't talking about him.
Yeah.
But it was I think it's called Whatever Happened to the Cape Crusader, which is a play off of Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow,
Okay.
which is it's Batman's funeral. And all the like villains show up and stuff, but they're all from like different versions of Batman. And
Okay.
so like all of the like there's many stories about different time periods of Batman. Like it's treating the different versions of Batman as if it was one guy
Yeah.
that lived through all these different things.
Yeah.
That would be
Wow.
interesting and weird to see.
I want to read that
But
comic. That sounds amazing. Yeah.
yeah. Um, and yeah, no, it was cool in 2009 or whatever fuck year it was.
Yeah.
I'm swearing more than usual on this one, sorry. Um,
It's okay.
But I mean, like all of those things are going to be very difficult to adapt because, like, the best comic books are comic books because
Yes.
that's the medium that they are, and like adapting that as with Watchmen, it'd be very difficult to turn that into something beyond a comic book.
Yeah, but I think it goes back to the person doing like doing the film, right?
Yeah,
It's about, do they actually understand the point of the story?
yeah,
A, do they understand the actual characters and the arcs? And how do you actually bring that to life? Because like I think what you said about Zack Snyder is like he didn't understand it. He was just like, it's pretty. We're just gonna make this onto here, and didn't understand why he was doing it,
right.
right? And I think what makes good movies, not just superhero movies, just good movies, especially adaptations, is if you understand the source material. Like if the person directing it doesn't understand the script, whether it's original or not, then the meaning of the script is not going to come across on screen. Or the meaning of the book that they're adapting is not going to come across on screen. And you just have to have people come in there that actually like the stuff, do the research and not just the top line research. You're like, oh, his shirt's yellow. Why is it yellow? Oh, it was yellow, so we're just gonna make it yellow. But there's usually a reason why it's yellow, especially in comic books, right?
Yeah.
So it's like you have to have people who get that stuff to make it.
Well,
But
yeah. There's just something that makes you have to know what makes the thing you're adapting special.
yes, yes,
Like what is it about Watchmen that makes it the best graphic novel of all time according to every list of those, right? Like it's the Citizen Kane of comic books, right?
yeah.
Like why is that? And I don't think I think in order to adapt it into something else, you need to know why the source material is so good.
Yeah. Or why people gravitate to it, or
Right.
why, why was it written? Like,
Right.
you know. And I think that comes across in a lot of movies where they don't understand it. And it comes across I think it comes across in superhero movies more because superheroes are so fantastical and so visual that people get lost in the fantasy and the visual without thinking about the reasoning behind that fantasy and that visual.
Yeah.
And so it comes across a lot. It gets the message gets lost a lot faster because of that with superhero movies or
Yeah.
comic book movies in general, I think. But I think that's also because people just, for a long time, people didn't take the medium as of comic books seriously. You know,
Yeah.
they're like, it's not a serious medium. It's for kids. This is a flight of fancy. And you're like,
Yeah.
no, if you pay attention, it's really not. It's just you got to understand the stuff.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of themes and stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, like I've got my giant copy of V for Vendetta next to me, and that's all about Thatcher, right?
yeah,
It's all the response to Margaret Thatcher in England in the 80s. And then the movie adaptation I thought was about Bush. So that's
mhm,
probably why I liked it when I was 16.
yeah.
So
So
because
this
I
is a
thought
good time to rewatch it then.
no, exactly. That's what I'm like. Boy, I should get on that.
Yeah,
But yeah, for first issue of the comic book, I'm like, this is just what we're like now.
yeah.
Uh, how did you know this, Snake God? Um, but yeah, no, it's like if you understand the thematics of it, you can apply it to other things.
Yes.
Which is the success, as we said, the success of the HBO show is that it took the themes and the way that it was using those themes in the original to apply it to a different theme that was more contemporary and more on with the story they wanted to tell.
Yes.
So like, and I think that that's what the new Spider-Man movies do. They sort of take like, no, we're gonna fuck up this kid's life.
Hmm.
Like at every turn, make it real hard. Like we don't want people to be like, I wish I was Spider-Man. It's like, no, its life was terrible.
Have you
He
seen this? Oh my
he
God, it's
has
so
he
sad.
has to do this because he is compelled by guilt and shame. Like that is Spider-Man is just like he does this because he has to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you can put that in the movie, like it didn't really feel that way with Andrew Garfield, right? Like it's just like
No.
this is awesome. It's
Yeah.
super cool to be Spider-Man all the
Yeah.
time.
He was having too much fun.
He's having
And
too much
yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
So like I don't feel like those got it the same
Hmm.
way. And
I don't know why I didn't pinpoint that before, but I feel like you've just hit the nail on the head. Like, yeah, I think that's why I didn't like it.
yeah,
Yeah.
his life was too good.
Yeah.
He's got that. Yeah, he's Spider-Man and he's dating Emma Stone.
Yeah. And everything's great with the world,
Everything's great.
except his dad gives me the cold shoulder. And you're like,
Yeah.
okay, so every dad will give you the cold shoulder. That's what they're supposed to do. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, yeah.
You know what isn't a superhero movie but should be Demolition Man.
Oh my God, I love that movie so much. Jeez.
Sorry, Dennis Leary, you reminded me of I went to Demolition Man, which is not a superhero movie, but sounds like it could be.
But I also, well, speaking of that, we're on Sly Stone and his Judge Dredd movie, people hate, but I'm like, that
Mhm.
movie is fucking fantastic.
I haven't seen that
He
one.
just takes off his helmet too much. Sure, but it's fantastic.
I've only seen the Carl Urban one.
Yeah, that movie is so good.
I
It
love
is
that. That one I
so
dug.
good.
That
Yes.
one he never takes the helmet off.
No.
And I'm like, that man is super handsome too, and he never takes the helmet off.
You're
This
like,
movie
come
fucking
on.
rules.
I will disappoint you. The Judge Dredd, like half the movie he doesn't have his helmet on. No, more
Yeah,
than
that's
that. Like
weird.
three-quarters of the movie he doesn't have his helmet
I
on.
don't in the comic book he always has the helmet on, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's why when Dredd came out, I was fully just like, oh, he's gonna walk in there and take the helmet on. And then he doesn't. I was just like, shit, is he keeping it on the whole movie? What's happening? Oh my
One
God.
of it is one of my favorite movie going experiences. I saw that at TIFF at like midnight,
Hmm.
and Carl Urban was there introducing it, and he started the movie by going, "Buckle up, motherfuckers," and it was the best.
Love it. Love it. Oh my God. I love that man. That man's great.
Yeah.
But yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know. I think we did a good job covering superheroes in general, right?
I think we vaguely stayed on a timeline.
Yes.
We jumped around a little bit, but I think we kind of did. We didn't talk too much about how the 90s were super wonky, but the 90s were super wonky.
Yeah, but for like many different reasons.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like their superhero movies were insane. Um,
Yes.
but yeah, no, I think like we kind of touched on. I think we touched on like all the eras and sort of talked about what they were,
Hmm.
how they felt.
Yes.
They all different
I
feelings.
think. Yes. So I think we did a good job.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't talk about Superman 3 and 4 enough.
No. God. Okay.
He needs to denuclearize the planet, guys. And
My
Richard Pryor is going to help him.
my favorite thing in that Richard is it in the Richard Pryor
Richard
one?
Pryor's in the there is in 3 and it's the Office Space scam.
Yeah, but there's wait, where is it where they build? I guess it's the fourth one. Because okay, so the scene I remember is that Superman goes into like the middle of the desert or something, and somebody's built like a robot, no, like a I don't know, some sort of base, and it's like it's like this lady that's dressed like a nurse, but she's like the bodyguard and gets like kicked into the machine, and the machine like wraps her up in like metal, and then she
Ugh.
comes back later on like a pseudo android and
Oh.
gets destroyed.
I,
I cannot remember what movie
I
that's
have
from.
no idea what I thought in the fourth one he's mostly at the UN.
No, but isn't that the one where he becomes like bad Superman as well? Like, because he gets like the bad kryptonite, and then he becomes like a bad guy.
I think that might be
He becomes like
3.
an asshole for a while.
I think he's I don't really remember. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I know that the fourth one is a canon film. Which do you know canon films?
I do. I
Yeah,
do.
they made the Superman 4 Quest for Peace,
Quest
which
for
is
Peace.
just crazy to me.
Yeah, because they make like another Superman out of his like single head of hair or whatever, right?
Oh, poor Christopher Reeve, man. Like that's that guy got a bum deal.
He did.
He really tried. He wanted to be so good. Poor guy.
Oh yeah, he fights Nuclear Man on the moon. Yeah, that's the guy that's made out of. So I know maybe it's not this one I'm thinking of.
He
So
fights
that
Nuclear Man on the moon.
that's literally the description.
I no, I believe you.
Uh,
It's just like here's the thing. People who don't get these things think that that's fine. You know what I mean? Like, if you just don't like that, if you're just like, this stuff is all kids' garbage, he fights Nuclear Man on the moon. What do you want from me? It's the same as all this other shit. And
yeah.
just like, come on. Make a good movie that has these things in it.
Okay, so it's Superman 3 is the one where he gets all like he gets like the bad kryptonite, he's half good and half
Right.
bad. And the creepy cyborg is also in Superman 3. It
Right. Yeah.
is.
Because he's only at the UN for.
Yeah.
He's just
Okay.
talking to diplomats the whole time. What a weird
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, she gets pulled into like part of a machine and it just starts welding pieces of itself onto her, and then she comes back later as like a cyborg and tries to kill him as well. And then
Like
yeah,
Tetsuo the Iron Man.
sure.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
We're almost 4 hours in.
I know. I was trying to
I'm
stop, and then we got distracted
I,
with Superman 3 and 4, okay?
I we're almost 4 hours in. I knew that one was not. I was just throwing that dart at the wall.
Oh.
I knew someone will listen to this and think that's the funniest fucking shit. That I brought up Tetsuo the Iron Man.
Okay. You know what? We're gonna, yeah, okay, we're done. It's over. It's over. It's over. Okay. All I have to say is that my list is now up to 152.
You're
That does
welcome.
not that does not include the movies that I asked, does do these count? Because if that
Yeah.
does, that adds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more movies. That puts me up to 163. Okay?
Well,
Done. That's
what's your first episode about next time? Like what's your next episode about?
Oh, the next episode we're doing Spider-Man in the next episode.
Fun.
I have my friend from Australia coming on.
Good night.
He's obsessed with Spider-Man. So yeah, he's yeah, he named his kid after Spider-Man. So I was like,
He named his kid after Spider-Man. That's adorable.
yeah, it's adorable. So he's gonna come on with that. And then we're doing Superman after that. So I'm
Is
doing
it is it named Parker or Spider?
Peter and Parker.
Peter and Parker? Wow.
His
Good
name is
for him.
his name is Peter Parker. That's the kid's name.
That's crazy. I
Yes.
used to work with somebody whose name was Daniel DeVito.
I love it. The
We
fact
called
is, I'm
him,
like I know Danny DeVito exists, but I never thought that Danny may have been short for Daniel until you said that.
yeah.
That
We
seems
called
weird
that
to
guy
me.
Danny, but I didn't want to say I worked with somebody named Danny DeVito because that would just
Yeah.
be stupid. So, because it's a stupid name to have. Um,
Oh my God. Yes. I mean, yes. Okay. Yes. I just hope nobody in a movie that becomes famous is accidentally has my name in it because then I'm like, the people are like, "Were you named after this movie?" I was like, "No, no, leave me alone."
I mean, your name
No.
actually does kind of sound like it could be like a starlet from the 40s and 50s.
Yeah,
Like
but
it really does sound like a
my name is generic, so I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's a cool name. I think you have a good like straightforward name.
Yes, it's very easy to pronunciate.
Yeah.
Apparently, I can't say pronunciate, but it's fine.
I mean I told you I grew up in Quebec. They can't pronounce either one of my names. So,
Well,
um
okay.
yeah. I'm Josh Ratcliffe for 15 years of my life.
I'm laughing with you. I'm not
Yeah,
mad at
no,
you.
it's just trauma.
Just trauma. It's just one of the pieces of baggage we carry along with us. So you
That's
just put
right.
that in you put that in your coin purse and keep it in
Hmm.
there. Okay. I
Yeah,
get
no,
it.
my superhero origin story is gonna be upsetting.
God, I wish I was rich. I would totally be a vigilante just to beat people up. It'd be
Yeah,
amazing. Yes. All
Tracy
right.
just
Well,
full of rage.
full of rage. Ah, flip table, but I can't flip the table because I need the table and I can't afford to replace the table, so
Yeah.
it stays
See,
upright.
Batman has unlimited tables.
Exactly. Flip as many as you want. Throw shit at
Yeah.
the wall. You can
Even
break
has a giant
things.
penny.
Right?
Yeah.
Almost crushed him, but hey,
Mhm. I
keep
mean,
it as
that's
a
got to be worth
souvenir.
at least 15 tables.
Right?
Yeah.
God, yes. Actually, you should have made that a table. That should be a table.
That would be a cool table to
Be a
have.
cool
A
table.
big penny.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm running out the clock. I want to get to the 4 hour mark. So
Oh my
I'm just kidding. We don't have to.
all I was gonna say is like you get people at the table and be like a penny for your thoughts and be like table.
Not
Table.
bad. I like that. Pretty
You're
good.
welcome. This is what I do. It's fine. Well, Josh, I mean, I think we're at like 3 hours and 55 minutes.
Yeah.
Is that enough? I feel like that's enough though.
I don't think so. One more hour. So
Stretch. Let's keep going. You
I don't have to
know.
pee that bad.
Yes. Wait, you know what? I asked you all of your favorite stuff. So, no, this is not going to be another hour, everybody. Just trust me. Trust me. I know you said you don't like The Watchmen. I get it. But what
Yeah.
is like your most hated superhero movie?
I mean, I was gonna say Watchmen just because I mean like I don't think it's the worst. Like it's not like wretched.
Hmm.
Like there's far like okay, so I here's an example. When I was a teenager, I hated the band Linkin Park.
Okay.
Linkin Park was my example of a band that sucked.
Okay.
I know that that band is not the worst band in the world.
Okay.
Like
Yes. Yeah.
I know not to like I'm not it was like the same bit that people do with Nickelback. Nickelback isn't actually the worst band ever. But for some reason, that's just the one that I'm just like I got to talk about how that movie sucks. Everyone needs to believe me
Yeah.
that
Okay.
that movie sucks.
Hmm.
Same with Joker. Joker's another one. I hate Joker, but not because it's like poorly necessarily because it's poorly made. It's because it I feel like I need to everyone to know that it's bad. Do you have movies like that where you're just like, no one believes me? Why doesn't anyone believe me that this movie's terrible?
Yeah.
Like it's
Well, I
more like
mean,
that.
that's what I get for what is it? Mad Max Fury Road. I don't understand
Oh,
why
you
people don't
hate Mad Max
understand.
Fury
I
Road.
don't I people are just like, "But did you see the guy do the thing?" And I'm like, "That doesn't make the movie good." Tell
I
me
mean,
real reasons why the movie is good. But that guy blew up a thing and he had like guitar fire. I was like,
I mean, Guitar Fire might do it. I'm afraid Guitar Fire is like a pretty strong argument.
or
For
like
the
Avatar the Way of Water, but like, did you I really like the ship design. Okay, so that's 3 minutes
that
of a 8 hour movie. What else? You have to give me other things,
I liked the ship design as saying I read it for the articles. Like that
right?
is
Like, what the fuck? But
no, no,
yeah,
no. The naked ladies were just like accoutrement to the like Gore Vidal article.
yes, yes. It drives me crazy. But yeah, yeah. So,
They have
okay.
an art. They have a male. They have an interview with Norman Mailer. Did you see that? It was next to Miss October.
I mean, I remember Miss October, but
I don't. I think she was some
what?
sort of college student, I think. But no,
Uh,
I mean, like, yeah, no, Avatar is another one that I'm just like, why don't people believe me that this is bad? But like, I mean, in terms of just like a mess of a superhero movie, like Batman and Robin's a mess.
mhm.
Like that's pretty bad. Um, oh, that Suicide Squad was like a gross, like the first Suicide Squad, not the like
Yes, yes.
James Gunn Suicide Squad, which I also didn't love.
Oh,
But
really? I loved that movie. I love that second one.
okay, I actually had a weird experience with that one because I was just like, I feel like the violence is too much, which is
Yeah.
weird for me because like I see a lot of weird violent stuff, but like the like lack of regard for human life really bugged me on that one. Like it just
But
felt
that I
really
feel like
gross.
that was kind of the point.
It is, I
Yeah.
know. It just made me feel icky.
Yeah, no, I
Um,
get it. Yeah, yeah.
but like that first one is like a gross mess of just like sludge on the screen. Like you
Hmm.
can barely tell what's happening
Yeah.
and like everything is bad.
The story doesn't make any sense either. None of the actors all seemed really bored.
Jared
And so
Leto was
like
there, you know,
for
just the worst of the worst.
yeah,
He has a
talk
tattoo that says
about
damaged on his head. I mean, that should be it. I mean, that's my answer is the picture of Joker with damage tattooed on his head is the worst
well,
superhero movie ever.
but that's the thing like we talk about people who watch or read comics and be like, we're gonna make a movie and have no idea what the character is about. And that is a perfect example about people who don't know what the Joker is about. None
Yeah.
of that made any sense for the Joker in any way, shape, or form. Even if you try to modernize him into a modern world, none of that makes any sense. And it's aggravating. It's just
They
flat
made
out
him into the
aggravating.
boyfriend from Anora.
I flat out did not because to me, based on the description, Honora is
Torture
uh
porn.
it's not just torture porn, but it's Pretty Woman all over again. I'm like, I
Right.
don't want to watch this. This is
Yeah.
not my idea of a good film.
He's like a
To
son of a Russian oligarch, right? Like he's like a club douche.
yeah, but she's like a prostitute, and then he marries
Yeah.
her or whatever and gives her money,
No, but
right?
like
So
that's sort of the persona that the Joker had in those movies, right? It's like
yeah,
he's has a fancy car, he's got his gold chain and his grill, and I'm just like, what the fuck?
fuck it.
No,
What is this?
this is
Yes,
not
exactly.
what we're doing here.
Yeah. The Joker would
And
come in, kill that guy, and steal his fancy car and crash it on purpose. Like,
yeah,
you're missing the point of the Joker, you guys.
yeah, exactly. So like, I think to me, the egregious thing is like, we're gonna make something cool. Like, I hate that. I hate we're gonna make something cool.
Yeah.
And like I used to be a person that didn't care about substance. Like I was just like style over substance, fine. I'm cool
Hmm.
with just like with a stylistic exercise of cool shit happening. But as I've gotten older, I've gotten very annoyed by that.
Yes.
Just because it's just like it's not that hard to just do a bunch of cool stuff now.
Hmm.
You can be a formalist, but like I to for something to be like good to me, I need to have something to hold on to.
Yeah.
So yeah. I feel bad that all of my examples of terrible movies. Oh, Eternals. That movie sucked too. Um, that movie was
That movie
awful.
is the thing that kills that movie the most is that it is so boring and there is no reason for these characters to exist.
Yeah, I did not understand what that movie was going for. Like,
Yeah.
it's another one that's just like they hired Chloe Zhao, who had just did like Nomadland, which is an
Yeah.
odd choice to jump to. But like she's a good filmmaker. Um, but she wasn't. It was this thing that like if she had like taken something that she really liked and like applied it to that, like we
Hmm.
did, like we talked about like kind of the genre exercises of the other Marvel movies,
Yeah.
that could have been something cool. But it just was so loose. Like it just felt so scattered and like none of the pieces were that connected to each other.
Yes. Agreed.
And
Yeah.
like it needs some sort of genre to like format it so we
But
kind of know where it's going.
yeah, but also I found none of the characters were interesting enough for me to care about them.
No, they were all really generic. I remember weird buff Kumail.
Yeah.
And
That's
which
weird.
I feel bad criticizing his body, but like I miss old Kumail. I'm sorry. I really do. I miss you not freaking me out.
Yeah. I miss a guy that like if you saw him you'd be like, "Oh, it's so nice to meet you," and you get like a good hug, whereas now it's like, "Oh, it's nice to meet," and he'd hug you and like his face would cut you open or something, and you're like,
Yeah,
"No.
he's
No."
I feel bad. I know he has like body issues, so I don't want to be
Hmm.
like mean.
Yeah.
And I hope he finds peace with himself and is very happy. And he looks good. No,
Yeah.
I don't want to say he looks bad. He doesn't look bad, but I just miss him looking like a normal guy.
Yes. Also, what he did was with his body was incredible in the time period he did it, which I was just like,
It's
"Whoa, how did
very
you
impressive.
do that?" Like,
It,
shit. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it was like when Chris Pratt did it. Remember when Chris Pratt
Yes.
did it,
Yes.
where
I was just
he
like,
was like a soft boy.
"Stop, Joey boy." And you're
Yeah,
just like, "Wait, when did this happen? This is what?" Huh? Okay. Right. This is fine. But yeah, no, I like your answers.
yeah.
These all your answers make a lot of sense to me. I get
Is
it.
there one that you find to be egregiously terrible?
Spawn was really bad.
Oh yeah.
That was really bad. Like everything was
Oh
bad.
yeah. How about that Spawn cartoon though?
It was, to be honest, the comic books and the cartoon, like the cartoon was not as dark as the comic book. I
Yeah.
get it. But visually, the cartoon was really nice, but I could not get into the stories.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then I watched this movie and I was like, okay, here's something that'll get me into it. And I was like, none of this makes sense. These effects are fucking hideous.
Hmm.
Like, what are you even doing? You know? And it killed the career of what is it, Michael Jai White? Is what his name
Black
was.
Dynamite.
Yeah, Black Dynamite. And I was like, this guy's gonna go places, and then this happened, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Although I love Black Dynamite, so I'm happy that he got to make that.
he
And he
got to
like
make that.
fully made that one too. So good on him. I recently watched the first season of the Spawn cartoon. I dug it.
Hmm.
It is 100% edgelordy though. Like it is so
Oh,
edgelordy.
yeah.
But like do you ever get like nostalgic for that kind of stuff? Where it's like I know that this is bad, but like it was bad when I was 14.
Well, yeah, because it hits that like your child brain, or like, oh, when things were good, quote unquote,
Yeah.
when I didn't have responsibilities, I could just sit in front of the TV and eat cereal and watch a cartoon, and it's fine.
Well, like as previously mentioned, I always hated new metal. But like the Spawn cartoon is the new metal equivalent of like media, where it's just like, oh, this is made for like 13-year-olds that think they're hardcore, right?
Yes,
Like,
yeah.
and that's what the show is.
They
It's just
started
like, oh my
boring
God, this
their
is so crazy.
they started boring their mom's like eyeliner,
Yeah.
the black eyeliner. Just
Yeah.
you're like, yeah, I'm cool, guys, whatever.
Hmm. Hmm.
But
The world
yeah.
is scum. And then that kid turned out to be right.
Yes. Good on him.
Got on him.
He was in
Turns out the
despair
goth
before the rest of
kids
us.
right the whole time.
The whole
That's
time. We're all gonna be goths soon. It's fine.
right.
Post-apocalypse. It's
Gonna get really into sunny day real estate.
okay. All right. Okay. As promised, this did not take an hour, everybody. It only took another 10 minutes. It's fine. Uh, but yeah, I think we went through stuff we liked, we went through stuff we hated, we went through a bunch of like random unknown things. I didn't even talk about Flash Gordon, which is fine. Uh,
Or
or
Flesh Gordon.
oh God, you know what's really horrible? I've seen both.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta add that one to my list. I didn't put Flash Gordon on here.
Put it right next to Orgasmo.
I know. God,
I
horrible.
watched Flesh Gordon on like Showcase at like 12:30 at night when I was a teenager.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Or it was on like a Blue movie. Remember when City used to show Blue movies
yeah.
on like Fridays at like 1 a.m. or something? It was like
That
one
one
of those
shouldn't even
things.
count as that. Although
Yeah.
the robots with like drill penises is really funny.
But
It's
what
a
about
gift that I use
what
sometimes.
about they landed on a planet where all the rocks were asses and they had to like crawl into one to get into like a
I
cave?
don't remember
I'm
that
like,
part.
what? It's fine. It's fine. Whatever.
When are we doing that episode?
I'm gonna say never.
Oh,
I have no reason to rewatch that. What is wrong with you?
it's probably also super racist because
Yeah.
it's like a Fu Manchu like parody as
Oh,
villain,
yes, it
right?
is.
So that's probably not going to be great.
No, no. We'll be like, haha, it's gonna be funny to watch. And then we're just like, oh no, shouldn't have done that.
Yep.
Okay. Now I'm
Now
sad.
it's funny in a different way. Now I'm laughing at it.
Okay, this is another rabbit hole we cannot get
Yeah,
down.
no, can't get into Flesh Gordon or Flesh Gordon 2.
Yeah. I don't think I saw two.
I think it's the Cosmic Cheerleaders, I think is the subtitle to that.
Oh no.
It's
Okay.
that
We
one
are
is
we are
yeah.
not doing this. We are
No,
not
okay,
doing
okay.
this.
Okay. Now we hit the 4 hour mark. I'm good.
Oh, you're okay. Josh, again, it has been a delight chatting with you. This has been a lot of fun.
We did it.
We did it. We did it.
We
Uh,
promised a long one. My
and
nub of candle has shrunk down to nothing.
okay. I think it was this one was necessarily a long one, so it's fine. It's
This was
fine.
fun though.
Yes, it was great. So as per usual, we'll have to have you get back at some point to have a really long discussion about some sort of obscure comment you're going to make, and we'll go in a rabbit hole about it. It'll be fun. Yes. Okay.
Tetsuo the Iron Man, not even that deep.
God. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Well, that's it for this episode of Off My Shelf. Until next time, you can follow along on Instagram and Blue Sky at Oh My Shelf, or you can send an email to ohmyshelf@gmail.com. This episode was produced and edited by me, Tracy, with original theme song by Ori Falconer. If you want to support the show, like, subscribe, and leave a comment wherever you listen to this podcast. Come back next time to see what falls off my shelf.